Good morning. On behalf of the California ISO, I'd like to welcome you to the 2023 Interconnection Process Enhancements Track 2 Working Group meeting. This is our first in a series. Welcome. My name is Caitlin McGee. I'm representing the Stakeholder Affairs Group here at the ISO, and I'll be facilitating today's meeting with Danielle and Joanne. I'm joined today by Joanne Serena, Vice President of Stakeholder Engagement and Customer Experience, Danielle Mills, Principal of Infrastructure Policy, Bob Emmert, Senior Manager, Interconnection Resources, and Jason Foster, Manager of Queue Management. For folks who are in the room or online, you can access the presentation and agenda for this meeting on the Policy Initiatives webpage. That's under the Stay Informed tab of our website. A couple housekeeping reminders. This call is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. Any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. And again, these are collaborative working groups. They're intended to stimulate open dialogue and engage different perspectives. We're going to be in a hybrid mode today, so we'll be balancing both folks joining us online and in person. We do ask that you keep your comments professional and respectful and try to refrain from repeating what has already been said. There's a few ways to ask questions or make comments today. I'm going to be assisted by Joanne, Danielle, and Yelena in the room there for questions in person. But if you're connected to WebEx using the Call Me option, you can connect by selecting the raise hand icon at the bottom right of your WebEx window. That'll add you to the queue to ask your question. You can add your question or comment into the chat box and I will read it aloud. And if you're joining through an audio-only line, you can press pound 2 and that'll add you to the queue as well. When you're making your comment and question today, please remember to state your name and affiliation. If you do need any technical assistance during the meeting, please send a chat to the event producer if you're joining us remotely. So we have a full agenda over this 2-day meeting. Today we're going to do a full day, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. We're going to kick it off with some introduction remarks and meeting objectives with Joanne. Danielle will walk us through the principles, and Bob and Jason will touch on the problem statements. So we'll have a couple breaks today and an hour lunch break at noon as well. And then tomorrow we'll do a half-day meeting, starting with a recap, problem statements, and discuss our next working group meeting. So before I hand it over to Joanne, just wanted to give everyone a brief overview again of our stakeholder process here at the California ISO. You can see we're at the beginning of this process. We're starting with our working groups. We posted the discussion paper a few weeks ago, and this, like I said, is our first working group. And really the goal of these working groups is to help us develop the straw proposal. We won't be taking formal written comments, but we will be taking notes throughout our meetings and publishing those, and there will be a comment period after our final working group meeting. So with that, I will hand it over to Joanne to walk us through the working group structure and take us through her introductory remarks.
Great, thanks Caitlin, and good morning everybody. Joanne Serena here, Vice President of Stakeholder Engagement and Customer Experience. For those of you who I haven't met, welcome to the ISO. It's really nice to see everybody here in person, so thank you for the turnout, and thank you for those people who are on the phone as well. Before I really sort of jump into some content, I just wanted to cover from a safety perspective a brief safety briefing for those people here at the ISO. So please, I'll turn it over. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Zach Hazel. I am a disaster recovery coordinator here at the ISO. So just real quick, take a couple seconds, just a quick little safety brief here. So in the event of an emergency, please contact any ISO staff probably having a good idea as far as who it is so far. Anybody that does not have a red lanyard, so have an ID like this, yellow or blue. We do have security on site. They are first aid as well as AED trained. We are also armed here, so we do monthly training with the, pardon me, with the firearms as well. So if there is any sort of medical emergency, they're trained enough to be able to help you out until the paramedics get here. Also, if there is any sort of lockdown or anything, all of these doors are lockable. And if there is any sort of evacuation or anything like that, the closest one from here will be our C evacuation area. So if you exit these doors, go straight down the stairwell and then exit south, there is a big letter C over there. Everybody can meet over there, and we'll kind of get triage and everything going. The other spot is kind of right where you guys came in, so straight through the lobby, and there's a big letter A. That would be the secondary one for you guys as well. Lastly, bathrooms, if you don't already know, still kind of the same area where you guys came in. So down the hall to the left, and they'll be right there. And that is all I got for you. Thank you so much, guys. Have a great day.
Okay. Thank you, Zach. Hopefully we don't get into any disaster situations, right? But we are prepared if we need to. All right, so again, welcome everybody, and really do appreciate the sort of interest in this very important initiative. I did want to acknowledge that last week I think we had a really good meeting in terms of a kickoff, and so I just want to acknowledge that it was really great participation. We did get a chance to look at all of the comments that did come in that are really going to help inform sort of the discussion today. So really do appreciate all of the feedback so far. So in terms of, stakeholder process, I think most of you are familiar with our stakeholder process, but one of the changes that we've been making is introducing the working group concept or structure as part of our stakeholder process. As I mentioned in our kickoff meeting, we leveraged working groups with our extended day ahead market initiative, and it was very successful in terms of better or more robust stakeholder engagement in the initiative itself, and it really did result in a successful final policy. And so the amount of engagement from that policy initiative, really did make a big difference. And so we think that given the importance of this initiative, we felt that the working group structure would really highly benefit this process. So to give you a little bit of background on how this is going to work, so in terms of facilitation, myself along with Danielle is going to facilitate the discussion to really just help guide the discussion and really kind of tease out and pull out key concepts that hopefully all of you will be participating in the discussion. And then on the web, Caitlin McGee is going to be monitoring the web. So for you in the room, I do want to emphasize you want to use the microphones when you speak so that those on the phone can hear. And just raise your hand in the room as well so that we can call on you to speak. In terms of scribe, Feline Tavares over here to my right, she's going to be our scribe. She's going to be capturing all of the discussion. We are also recording it, but she's going to be capturing sort of key comments, key action items that come up as well. Working group coordinator, I am in that role in terms of overseeing all the working groups that we're executing at the ISO, and so my role from a coordinator perspective is just making sure that the working groups are engaging, that we are getting out of the work groups what we intend, and really ensure some consistency in how we manage them. Working group participants, all of you, that's all of you in the room and on the phone, and we really want to hear your ideas. The ideas, we also want you to think about presenting proposals as we get into solution space. So for today and tomorrow, as Caitlin mentioned on the agenda, we're going to be focused on the key principles. We want to really gain some consensus and agreement on the key principles, and then sort of get some consensus on what is the key problem statements that we're wanting to solve here. And then at the future working group meetings, we're going to be asking any of you who are interested in presenting solutions to those problem statements. so that you can be part of those presentations. So I know some of you have already expressed some interest in providing some proposals, so we appreciate that. So ultimately, we're seeking a very robust discussion over the next day and a half, and we look forward to what all of you have to say. This initiative in particular is, in terms of the objective, is we're really looking for some transformational changes in terms of how we manage the growing interconnection queue that really does need some significant reform. So those are the key objectives, and we look forward to the discussion. So I think with that, I'm going to turn it over to Danielle Mills, who's going to talk about the principles. Any questions before I turn it over to Danielle? Any questions about the working group and how this is going to go? No? All right. Well, we look forward to it. Okay. Danielle, thanks.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay on this? Yeah. Okay. Can I advance this? Oh, someone else is controlling the slides, right? So we can go.
I am, yeah, Danielle. So just give me a heads up when you're ready to move to the next slide, and I'll do it for you.
Okay, great. We're ready for the next slide. I'm Danielle Mills. It's great to see you all. Some familiar faces, but I'm looking forward to getting to know many of you and working together in the next few weeks pretty intensely, hopefully, as we work through finding the right reforms to our interconnection process. And I think the discussion is structured today, as Joanne said, with the objectives of really reshaping and refining the principles and the problem statements so that in future working group meetings, we can really start to hone in on some solutions. I see the principles as serving the purpose of kind of helping us scope and guide the discussion, so that's why we're starting here. When we get into problem statements, I think those can be really helpful in sort of focusing the potential solutions on the exact problems and targeting us. So we're going to focus on principles first. We did review some stakeholder comment, which we really appreciate. I know that came through in a tight time frame, and we had a tight time frame to review it as well. So we're hoping to accept more of that stakeholder feedback from you all today as well. So I'm just going to start by sort of restating the principles that the ISO proposed, just as food for thought, and then hopefully you're going to hear a lot less from me and just kind of take it around the room and look at some of the feedback that we received as well. So in the discussion paper, we put forward 4 key principles. The first is really born out of the MOU that was signed in December between the CAISO, the CPUC, and the CEC, and that's making sure that we're prioritizing interconnection in zones where transmission capacity either exists or where new transmission has been approved. Again, this is sort of in line with some reforms that we're making more broadly around resource planning, procurement, transmission planning, and interconnection reform. And we're trying to create a really clear cycle with good accountability for each of the organizations that are involved in those processes, while still allowing room for new innovation, new commercial success, and achievement of our state goals. The second principle we proposed is limiting the amount of studies to a reasonable capacity volume that aligns with state resource planning. So we know we're going to need roughly 7 gigawatts a year to get to our SB 100 goals of new generation. We need interconnection requests to sort of fit with that need. And I think there are some nuances there in what fit looks like that we'll explore today. The third principle we proposed is aligning interconnection and transmission plan deliverability processes with LSE resource procurement functions. I know that we received a few comments on this as well, but I know, everyone is looking for deliverability. We want to make sure that this process aligns with not only the deliverability initiative that the CAISO is working on right now in parallel with this, but with commercial timelines and procurement timelines as well. And then fourth is enhancing the post-study queue management procedures, really looking at the resources and the projects that are in the existing queue right now and finding ways to either advance them or prevent them from holding other projects back from advancement. And then, I think we didn't necessarily include these last two items as principles, but obviously we want to make sure that we continue to ensure open access. I think there are some additional suggestions around that we received from stakeholders. And we also want this to be manageable and sustainable, not only for us, but for all of you as well. So with that, I think we're going to take these one by one. So we're going to start with the first principle, and we're going to shift away from the PowerPoint and move to a Word document that encompasses some of the stakeholder feedback that we already received. You want to present it on there and I'll take notes on mine? I think we want everyone to be able to see some of the feedback, so I think we'll share it. So while we do that, let's just maybe start a discussion around the first interconnection principle, which is the prioritization of interconnection zones where transmission capacity either exists or has been approved. Does anyone want to take an opening swing at that principle? This is one that I would say we received the most stakeholder feedback on. And then once we kind of go through each of these individual principles, we'll see if there are additional ideas or new principles that needed to be added if they don't cover everything. Yeah, Andrew. Mm-hmm.
Hi, Andrew Webster from QCells USA. In regards to number one, I think our questions mainly focus around the dissemination of that information, providing the when and how the available transmission zones are provided to developers. Has any thought been given on kind of the cadence of that? Would it be like prior to queue opening or during the validation period? Knowing whether or not that would be would obviously help us out.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think since we're still sort of in the principles phase, I think those are good questions. I think hopefully as we move toward, problem identification and solutions to fit those, if this is an idea that carries forward and continues to be a principle, it could turn into a solution as well. And then we'll need to kind of get into what do stakeholders need from the ISO to make sure that that sequencing is right, and how do we shape the process or add the right details to make sure that that all works. So that's something that we invite feedback on.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Kathleen.
Hi, this is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. And, we submitted written comments on this particular principle, so I don't necessarily want to reiterate it word for word. But the clarity that I'm looking for, maybe to put it in very practical sense, the clarity that I'm looking for on number one is that we have been using the transmission capability estimates document for quite some time. I think I understand it decently. It is the aggregate of the available headroom for all of the constraints that are identified. There is a certain available headroom associated with it. There are area deliverability network upgrades that are identified that could increase that available headroom. This has been the tool that has been provided since I think earlier than 2021, but the last update was 2021. I know the CAISO is working on updating it. That's great. The clarity I'm looking for is that when we say available transmission, that we are aligning all of these things. This is the document that provides the available headroom, potential network upgrades that could increase it, what that capacity increase would be that are kind of on the horizon, and then when we're discussing it in the interconnection process, that we're talking about the same available headroom. So in a very practical sense, in my written comments, what we asked for was clarity, that it's the existing or available headroom as an aggregate of all projects that could increase the transmission capability, whether that's reliability, policy, or economic. But the practical reason that I'm seeking this is because if we want better informed development, then I need to be able to track the data and the transparency that is available to inform development decisions to how the prioritization works. So I'm looking for consistency and clarity. Is that helpful?
Yeah, it is. Is there a specific change to, and I think this goes for Andrew too, is there a specific change to sort of just this guiding principle that would point to that clarity or that would ensure that clarity?
Yeah, the clarification that I'm asking for is just to note that is the resulting from any and all transmission upgrades.
Okay.
I mean, you could make that as complicated as you want, but whether it's from a reliability project, a policy project, an economic project, or identified through an interconnection process, they all increase this transmission capability.
Okay.
And if, to maybe put a finer point on it, you could read that without that clarity as only the available transmission capability as a result of policy projects that increase that headroom. So I'm just looking for clarity that it's going to map one-to-one to that transmission capability estimate, and that it's going to be the aggregate of all upgrades and not specific policy project upgrades.
Okay. Anyone want to respond to that, or yeah, real quick? Okay. Thanks, Kathleen. Abhishek.
So this is Abhishek from Rev Renewables. Kind of building up on that, I know we don't want to get into the details at this point of time, but I think the bit that could be added here is, at least in my opinion, so the prioritization is from KaiSo's perspective. It should be also geared towards communication, right? So there are these, I'm just throwing out number here, 50 deliverability studies that KaiSo does. How do they combine, right? I mean, how do I make it meaningful for, let's say, a random interconnection customer who wants to see it, and then kind of align their goals with what KaiSo is trying to do. So I think communication bit associated with prioritizing interconnection would be helpful.
So would that be just prioritize and communicate interconnection?
I would say, since we're just talking about principles right now, we can get into the details of, how do timelines align, how do various studies kind of overlay with each other. But yeah, for now, I would think that could be an addition here.
Okay. And Andrew, too, I wonder if that communication piece is helpful to your point, too, in terms of the information that the ISO shares back.
Yeah, I guess the openness on
Can you turn your mic on so people can hear you on the line?
sorry about that. The openness and availability of that information and how accessible it is to everyone, kind of the fairness around that procedure. I think, the more we see that, I think the more we're on board. Just maintaining an open playing field, despite, I think everybody wants to see queue numbers come down and study timelines go down, but kind of not at the expense of a fair and level playing field.
Okay.
Do you have two hands on the line if we want to jump over to the virtual platform?
Okay, let's take one comment from Rayanne in the room, and then we'll go to the virtual.
Thank you. I just wanted to, Rayanne Quadro with Gridwell Consulting. I just wanted to add on to Abhishek's comment that I think what that boils down to is not just information availability, but information accessibility, which means that it is in a format and presented in a way that is consistent with other studies, consistent with how the queue is presented, et cetera, so that ultimately, that information from transmission planning can be synergized with developer portfolios, with the queue, with reports coming out from the CPUC, et cetera. A lot of times we have zones and study areas that don't meet one-to-one, or not a clear understanding of which POIs are in which constraint. I could go on, but accessibility, I think, is the word that I'd want to focus on putting into the principle.
Okay. And let me just ask another question on this. All these comments on, availability and accessibility of information, are they limited to relevance to the first principle, or are they important to all of them?
I'll speak for everyone and say they're important to all of them, probably, so perhaps that's a fifth principle and not an addition to the first principle.
Okay. Other reactions? Just, I see a couple of head nods.
I'll react. This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I think they're important. I think transparency, information accessibility is critical. But to put more teeth on why I believe that, and I also think it might be embedding some of the feedback you're getting on number one. So why I believe that is, I look at that today and say that's our responsibility. It's our responsibility to prioritize interconnection requests in areas with transmission availability, and so we try to do that. To Rayanne's point, I could think of and give you examples of where it's challenging and why it's difficult. But we think of it as our responsibility. I think that embedded in number one is a question of, is the CAISO thinking about this pivoting from the developer's responsibility to your responsibility, to kind of, if it's not happening organically, are you feeling like, so I'm actually going to throw a question back at you, because I think some of what at least I'm saying is coming from, well, I need the data in a way I can understand it so that I can provide interconnection requests that are consistent with this principle. Are you thinking about it differently? Are you thinking about it as your reforms, it's the CAISO's responsibility to kind of force interconnection, or, to disincentivize interconnection requests that are consistent with this principle? Because I think that will help us as we talk through it. I think there is an implicit assumption you may hear, is it ours or your responsibility to align with this principle? Do you have any thoughts on that, Danielle?
Well, I think it's a principle for all of us. I mean, when Joanne went through the roles, and it looks like Joanne has a comment on this too, but when you went through the roles, Joanne, you noted working group participants are stakeholders and ISO staff. And so I do view this as, we all need to make this work better. So I think I can see it being a two-way street.
Yeah, so I agree with what Danielle just said, but I just did want to sort of ask you a question, Kathleen and Rayanne. So it sounds like maybe Principle 5, what I'm hearing is more maybe it's a new principle that's around transparency of data, and that seems like a key tenet is what I'm hearing. So maybe we add that as a potential for a principle. But when you talk about prioritization, am I hearing you say that stakeholders would prioritize in their area? Is that how do you envision that?
That's how portfolios are designed now, behind every interconnection customer, contact is a staff of engineers and analysts and executives who are trying to figure out where to submit their interconnection request in order to build a project. We've all talked about informational interconnection requests, and I know there's various opinions about how many interconnection requests are for information only, basically. But the bottom line is these are expensive processes, not just in terms of the ISO's deposit, but in terms of how much staff work it takes to get them in. So developers are already trying to create their portfolios in a way where they're only submitting good projects. Does that help?
Yeah, no, thank you.
I'd also add on that I think it's both the identification of the viable project process that goes into selecting that project to submit, but it's also a portion of it is, part of why you're doing that is because it is a more competitive project. The cost associated with building an asset in an area that has the transmission, that is a competitive advantage for those projects. So this is a symbiotic relationship where, we're trying to do business the right way, make good decisions. You can only make as good of a decision as you have the information. So fully support number 5. Transparency, I think, is key. And I think it's going to take both sides. And so I appreciate you saying that. I think that we should be striving towards identifying the most viable projects, including that transmission is available to submit into the queue. If there is a way to incentivize that up front, I think that's going to be critical, because how I reacted to several elements of the paper was, well, that still sounds like a lot of workload on the CAISO staff to whittle through in some of these proposals. So that's a key part of my thought process, is how do we make sure that we are also optimizing or managing what comes in so that we manage that workload problem, we don't exacerbate it.
So just a quick follow-up on that, on the transparency. Do you feel that there is a lack of transparency today, or it just can be improved upon? Give me some thoughts there.
Accessibility is where I think we were getting to earlier.
Okay.
So there's a lot of information out of there, especially if you have access to the secure transmission portal, really quite a bit. But it is not put together in a way that a non-expert can meaningfully understand, oh, this is where I should put my interconnection request because there's transmission. There's lots of reasons for that we've talked about in the past, but I think this is the right time to focus on coming up with some sort of meaningful product that synergizes that once and for all. Other ISOs have dynamic programs where you can look at on their grid where interconnection requests would be most likely to succeed. I've heard from the ISO that because of the way these study processes work, that's not a great solution for us, but maybe there's something else, and maybe, you know, workshopping exactly what data points folks are wanting to see and in what format is how we get there.
Thanks.
1 second, I think we have 2 comments on the phone that we were about to take.
All right. We do have a comment on the phone from Susan Schneider. Go ahead.
Yes, hi, this is Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I have a couple of logistical questions and then actually a couple of comments on this particular principle. For logistical, I noticed that the copy of the presentation that is posted on the website does not have all of these summary of stakeholder comments, and I'm wondering if it might be possible to go ahead and post that so that those that are participating remotely can have access to it as well. I do appreciate the ability to participate remotely and really thank the CAISO for allowing that. Also, when people are talking, it's not, you cannot tell who is actually speaking. That might, I don't know what you can do about that over there, but during a discussion, but it is a little bit limited not to know who's saying what, as long if they're not actually on the screen. So if people want to be attributed for people, the people on the line, I noticed there's 120 people that are on participating remotely, and probably would like to know who's saying what when they do. So those are just logistical questions or issues. With respect to this
Susan, thanks for the feedback. We will post the document that has a summary of the comments, so those will become available. And we'll try to do a better job here in the room. Make sure that if you're speaking, to state your name before your comment and speak into the mic as much as you can so people can hear. Thanks.
That's great. And of course, I know you don't want to, truncate the free flow of information. That's why you're having it in person. But anyway, it would be helpful if it's possible to do that. So thank you very much. With respect to this particular principle, we had, I put together LSA's comments, and we had a big discussion about this, because one question is, for example, sometimes it turns out you might put in an interconnection request in a particular place, and there is no existing or approved transmission there, but then something gets approved in the next TPP, and it turns out that it is a good location. And if you're looking at things like the transmission white paper, you can see where cost-effective upgrades might be placed, and so where it might make sense to do an upgrade. You might anticipate that in your application and your interconnection requests. And yet, if you put an interconnection request in, and if it's not already approved, you don't really have the opportunity to kind of get in ahead of it the next time when you really think that might be a good place to go next. The other thing is, when the CPUC puts together its portfolios that it gives to the CAISO, one of the criteria they use is commercial interest. And my understanding is that they look at the queue for commercial interest to see where the interconnection requests are, because whatever scoring system they use obviously is not perfect. And if a lot of applications are coming in a place that they didn't score highly, then it may mean that they've missed something significant that developers have picked up, and that really is a good location, and they can consider that in their portfolio construction. But if there is restrictions on where an interconnection request can have as a location, that additional feedback mechanism is not really going to be available to them, and it will really limit whether, how you might expand or look into newer areas for interconnection requests for different kinds of technologies, for example. So I think this seems very restrictive, and that additional information and signaling and use of future information that information the CAISO puts out on where future locations might be good and cost effective, really needs to also somehow be accommodated here. So they may not be existing or approved yet, but they might be also promising areas that are identified in other information that the CAISO has available, and also that information is needed for the CPUC. So I don't know how you exactly put that in as wording, but I think there was really some hesitation and some concern that this is very limiting and would cut off potentially good future areas for development.
So Susan, I hear that. I think some of that did come through in the stakeholder comments, which we will circulate. I would like to know from those of you who expressed that concern in written comments, and from you, Susan, to what extent is your concern more related to using this as a potential solution, or a kind of a proposal to address the queue issue versus a principle? Like, is there a way that we can still continue to agree that we should be driving development and interconnection requests toward these areas, or prioritizing that first?
I think that, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, without stifling competition or, that anticipation or competitive edge.
Well, I think instead of having limiting or prioritizing, limiting the prioritization to where there is existing or approved transmission, even if it was just expanded, say, or other promising areas, or something that acknowledges that there could be, beyond what is currently existing and approved, there could be other promising areas that are available, expected to open up based on information that CAISO itself puts out. I think that they're just broadening this a little bit beyond existing and approved might address that concern of providing that additional feedback and exploring those, using the information that CAISO has on where things might come next.
Okay, thanks. Caitlin, do we have one more comment on the queue on the virtual conference? Because there are a couple of hands in the room.
Yeah, we do. We have Dariush. Go ahead.
This is Ayush with Great Pride on behalf of California Wind Energy Association. Apologies if you could not submit written comments. I just wanted to maybe follow up on what Susan said from a different angle.
We can't hear you very well, Dariush. Can you?
By the way, can you hear me?
Very, very faintly.
Oh. Is this better now?
A little bit.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I wanted to follow up on what Susan said, but maybe from a different angle. Obviously, I totally understand why CAISO has chosen to go down this path, especially on choosing to study if a maybe finite number of megawatts in each zone, so that they could have meaningful results that could maybe apply to a number of projects whose total megawatt may be even higher than that amount, but they would know what kind of numbers they will end up at the end, but at least calculate meaningful numbers. But when it comes to this kind of approach of allowing only areas while working well with certain type of resources like storage, will work against resources like wind and geothermal, who have very finite number of locations they can be. And I understand.
It's getting hard to hear you, Dinesh. Darius, I'm sorry. Darius, yeah, we can't hear you very well.
You cannot hear me?
Yeah, now you're okay. Keep trying.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is there are certain type of resources out there, like wind and geothermal, who cannot be anywhere they want to be. And if CAISO says, I'm going to only look at these certain areas, then basically maybe only storage can fit into that paradigm. Anything else, and maybe some solar can do that as well. But by and large, resources that are not resources that are location constrained, using CAISO's own tariff language, may be shut out of this process and be looked at, basically depriving them of open access. So my comment is, CAISO, even for areas which do not fall out of IRP as reliable as that source might be, or other forms of bus mapping exercise and so on, CAISO should consider a certain number of megawatts for those resources, publish the cost of interconnection in those zones, as well as the duration of doing upgrades in those zones, which have very little maybe transmission capacity at this time, but that are only areas where that location constraint resources can be at, and let then by maybe increasing the timeline between phase 1 and phase 2, let the market decide whether they want to wait for a geothermal resource at a location which is not ideal, cost of transmission is on the high side, duration of transmission build out is on the high side, and then allowing then project to going into phase 2 to be among other criteria of commercial viability that you would consider to see whether there are any interest in resources in areas which CAISO has not originally described as good transmission areas to connect to. That's about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Dariush. Okay, I had Renee and then Jasmine.
Mark Smith, I think, did you have a comment? Or, yeah. Do you want to go to Mark?
Hi, Renee Steichen with Rev Renewables. So I'm not sure of the right solution for this, but some of the questions I have, and this may be built on Susan's point, there are certain words that are just undefined, and so it's hard to know whether we support it or not. Like prioritize, what does it mean to prioritize? Because that could be very restrictive, or it could just mean that, yeah, I mean, that could look a lot of different ways. Same with zones, like how are the zones going to be defined? Is it going to be a hard line somewhere, you know, saying this point of interconnection is in, this one's out, or is it going to be more general? And then, you know, I'll just jump to number 2, same with limit, like what does it mean to limit? And so you hate to have like a definition thing with principles, but that's what makes some of these principles very challenging to know how to respond. And so, you know, you could use softer words like encourage, could be one thing instead of prioritize, you know, because I think more people, you know, we could support something like encouraging transmission or projects in these zones. That's a more broad statement, whereas prioritize has certain implications with that.
That's helpful. Jasmine?
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. No. I think we also wanted to add on to Susan from LSA's comments, and I think a little bit of this is that we're a little bit, this is Jasmine from AES, but we're a little bit concerned that Principle 1 doesn't consider commercial interest. Like Susan said, that the CPUC's planning process usually considers commercial interest within the bus bar mapping, so we're a little bit unclear of how that's going to trickle down and also go into the interconnection process itself. And I think for us, when we prospect for land or permitting for like prospective projects, there's a lot of available land, but there's no transmission there, or these available land has a higher chance to get permits, but there's also no transmission there as well. So we think that there should be some sort of like wedge on top of this prioritization to consider for commercial interest and availability. Thank you.
I think Mark Smith had a comment. Go ahead, Mark.
Thanks, John.
Hey, Danielle. It's Mark Smith with Calpine. First of all, it's good to see everybody. It's been a long time since we've been together, so it's nice to see everybody. I guess an observation on this first principle, and then I guess I want to talk a little bit about transparency. The observation is that the way this first principle is drafted, it seems the exceptions are going to be more the rule than the rule itself. And you know, for instance, Susan came up with some great ideas as to why there needed to be exceptions. I think in our comments we also suggested that, you know, optimization of existing assets, whether it be redevelopment or whatever, should be deemed acceptable to be, you know, submitted to an interconnection request. Regarding transparency, I just want to build on what was said earlier, much earlier, and that is, I'm no transmission expert. I can't dig into the data, but even I can understand where a local area is because it's really well defined by substations and lines. And I think that should be, you know, a fairly good model for you if indeed you are going to identify areas where you want development, to be able to identify those very specifically so that developers and executives can understand where your intention is. Thanks.
Okay, I'm not seeing more hands. Oh, I do see one more hand, and then I'm going to propose something.
Sure. This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I wanted to follow up on Jasmine from AES, and I just want to support what Jasmine was saying. I think it's really critical. In our written comments, we proposed that an additional principle was added, so I don't want to get ahead of that. I assume that it's on the agenda. But the reason that we propose that there has to be another principle that ensures that the transmission based on commercial interest is effectuated to feed into this principle is exactly what Jasmine was saying. So we think that this principle only works if our principle we've asked you to include is also included, because there does need to be a mechanism for the commercial interest to be communicated and financed, right? If we're going to put our money where our mouth is and help effectuate those upgrades. But I won't go into details, because I know that we have said that we were going to present at a future workshop too, so I'll go light on it today.
Okay, and Jason, I wonder if we can just go down to the broader stakeholder comment on all the principles in this document. It's kind of the last section. And this document, of course, I did some cutting and pasting. So I want to make sure that we have it. I think go down a little. Oh, okay, you have it. Avoid unduly discriminatory and preferential treatment. That's not the one?
That's the first one, the hallmark one. But the one that we've asked you to add is that there needs to be a mechanism for interconnection customers, and I don't remember the exact wording. And I'm sure it was reviewed, so it's probably much cleaner in the document. But the concept is there needs to be some mechanism for commercial interest, so interconnection customers, but not just. You know, another problem that I've been struggling with over the last year or so is all the state and federal funding for transmission projects, and the fact that there's no tariff codified path, there's no path for that funding to go towards supporting projects. So we've been spending a lot of time kind of thinking through the duality of, you have that interest, it's not commercial interest, but it's, let's call it regulatory interest. You have regulatory interest, and then you have commercial interest. Together want to help to fund upgrades to increase the transmission capability to facilitate new resource development and interconnection. And so we need a pathway to help do that. It could take a lot of different, that's why we're going to workshop it in the proposals, a lot of different methods, but it looks like a competitive mechanism. You could call it an open season, you can call it a subscription model, but a method of subscribing to an upgrade, both from a regulatory or commercial interest side, would provide a pathway for funding those upgrades to feed into this principle, so that the aggregate, this feeds into my aggregate, so the aggregate of all transmission that is upgraded, regardless of what avenue facilitates that transmission increase, should feed into this principle.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure everyone saw that, and that we at least touched on it to the extent that you think that they're related. But I do want to go back up to Principle 1, and I'm going to try to keep us moving unless anyone has any other, profound comments that you feel like you need to make on Problem Statement 1. My proposal is just lifting it up a level. I can't remember I think Renee, it may have been you who suggested that. But maybe rather than prioritize, we're just talking about principles here, so we should be talking about like alignment with the MOU, you know, encouraging development in certain areas, maybe squeezing every ounce of available transmission capacity off the system that we can possibly get for efficiency, like things like that, just to kind of take it out of the solution discussion a little bit, and we'll get into those details where I think there will be a lot to discuss when we talk about, once we have defined problem statements and talk about what the solutions might be. Are people comfortable? Oh, yeah. Thanks, Caitlin.
Eddie, go ahead.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. This is Eddie Delashti from Pars Energy, and my primary comment is that before we can identify zones and areas that you could economically justify renewable resource, I think it's up to CalISO and the utilities to develop a vision of what a power grid consisting of primarily renewable resources can function reliably. And I don't think we should expect the Public Utility Commission or the California Energy Commission to develop that vision for us. So I'm going to throw everything, you know, back at ISO. Maybe in this process we could develop a vision for what, you know, the 21st century electric utility should look like and how it is going to operate with primarily renewable resources. Then after that is done, then we can work on these 4 principles and make everything fit. That's it.
So I just want to respond to that a little bit. I'm just kind of wondering, and would appreciate some comments here in the room too. I mean, I think we sort of established our 20-year plan, you know, as that vision. Would there be agreement that the 20-year plan establishes that sort of vision in terms of what's needed over the next 20 years to achieve the goals?
Well, we need an actual description of how an electric power grid consisting of primarily, you know, renewable resources that are not dispatchable, they're intermittent, how is it going to operate? And, you know, how is it going to rely on storage resources? You know, maybe you can identify zones that are good for solar, but necessarily not storage. I think all of those are requirement to develop a successful path toward, you know, integrating as much renewables as we can. And I'm looking for that, and I'm not seeing that within, you know, various presentations that the ISO has prepared.
Yeah, go ahead, Neil. Just for those of you in the room, in terms of mic management, be careful of moving the mics too much, they'll unplug. It's sort of, you know, we've struggled with wireless mics, and now we're doing the plugged-in mics, so everything has its challenges. Thanks.
Okay, that was awkward. So it's Neil Miller here with the ISO. Yeah, I just wanted to provide a bit of context for that and a bit of other context perhaps for some of the other discussions. First off, thanks everybody for making it. We're really appreciating the feedback we're already receiving. I think some of the context I just wanted to provide was that we see the interconnection process discussion that we're having here being one of 4 major processes that we see that linkages needing to be tightened between. So we're not considering the interconnection processes here in isolation. There's a lot of coordination already going on between the Energy Commission, Public Utilities Commission, and the ISO through the resource planning side that already couples with the transmission planning. And we also see needing to tighten those linkages with both the interconnection process discussion that we're having here, as well as with the load-serving entities' actual procurement processes. But all 4 of those key processes need to be reviewed to some extent, and the linkages between those processes tightened. So I just wanted to provide those comments because, you know, I totally agree that the interconnection processes and the changes and the principles that we're discussing here are really tough to envision if you think of this as the only place these issues are being dealt with and that it's standalone. I think we also expect and will be continuing to look for how to improve the linkages with state resource planning and our transmission planning process at the same time. So, the comments about the vision for how this all operates, we totally agree with that. We think some of those conversations are happening in other forums, and there has to be the visibility and the information flow back and forth. I think my only concern when I was hearing some of the comments was that we don't want to be thinking of this as solving everything in isolation of all of the other work that's going on inside the industry to meet the state's, pretty impressive clean energy goals. So just wanted to provide that context. We see documents like the 20-year outlook providing a good jumping off point for long-term SB 100 goals. There's a lot of other analysis that goes on within the transmission planning process around the operability of the system. And I should mention, we recently added a new department within my division, resource assessment and planning, where we were combining the various functions looking at resource assessments of how the system works together into a single department so that we had a consolidated analysis framework in view of that. So these are really critical issues, totally agree, but I think I'm also just wanting to make sure people see that we do see needing to tie linkages to other processes instead of trying to create everything inside the interconnection process. So just some context comments. Appreciate it if people disagree, agree, whatever. Look forward to hearing your feedback on that as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil.
Okay, so just to recap where we are on Principle 1, I think we did hear a call for transparency and accessibility of the information. I think I heard some positive feedback to the concept of moving that to a fifth principle. That's kind of inherent in everything that we're doing, but speak now if you disagree with that. I know several people raised that in written comments too as being something that is also tied with this first principle, but if we have it as a guiding principle for the whole thing, then it should be embedded in any solutions that we have. Is everyone comfortable with that? Is anyone uncomfortable with that? Okay. So we'll move the transparency piece out, and if someone wants to take a stab at drafting a principle, that would be really great, and then we can kind of key off of that.
I nominate Kathleen.
Or Rayanne.
I nominate Rayanne.
And then for this zonal piece, I think what the ISO would really like to do is to make sure that it references and is aligned with the MOU that's signed with the PUC and the CEC, because there is a broader goal here of having that sequencing and that iterative process between resource planning and transmission planning. The goal with that is not to limit the market or limit competition or constrain, competition in any way. So if there's a way, I think Bob had a suggestion of a clause that we might be able to add at the end. Do you want to read that out, Bob?
Yeah, so what I was thinking is, rather than actually change the language as it is add at the end of that, while providing opportunities for interconnections outside of these zones.
We scroll up on the Word document, I think, that way we can see Principle 1.
Yeah, and we can also maybe start.
Just to be clear, so you're proposing an update to the language of number 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're saying add some language at the end for competition and change the wording, prioritize to more around encouragement, right? Encourage development in the right area. Is that right?
We can do that. I think what's important is that this feeds back to the MOU, and I think the language in the MOU reads prioritize. I think we can get into the details of what prioritize means. I understand that there's a little bit of anxiety about that word, but we're going to be working through solutions together too. So tell us your comfort level with that. Yeah, Andrew?
Yeah, Andrew at Q-Cells again.
Can you speak more into the mic, Andrew?
Sure. I think my with the wording at the end, you know, while providing opportunities, providing additional opportunities, that to me sounds like a lot like just by providing the zones to interconnection customers where they can apply to begin with. It's just a second way of saying that. Whereas I think what makes more sense is that, you know, the CAISO would be not necessarily restrictive on the front end of where it wants developers to apply, but is open to additional opportunities, you know, to the ones that that you have identified as where you would like to see projects be developed. Not necessarily so sure that has to be presented on the front end, because a lot of developers do their due diligence to determine where projects should go. I think that would align in some way with what the CAISO is thinking generally. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of go back to the point of fairness. Fairness is also not necessarily, you know, telling people where to submit their interconnection requests and where those requests will be denied. I think that could have risks in itself of complicating matters on a very local level. But, you know, by using it as a criteria for moving projects to the screening study, I think you do have the openness in the interconnection process. You allow for that due diligence, and to Susan Schneider's point, you allow developers to justify areas that might be outside the typical criteria that CAISO is looking for available capacity. That's all. Thank you.
Kathleen? This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I appreciate the direct, like, your interest to move it in a positive direct, like in response to the conversation. So the way I interpret the words, though, is that's more restrictive than it was prior. I actually think that it was perhaps intentionally, but in that spirit, you know, I think we want to keep it high level. It's a principle. We can talk through a lot of details, but just to make it clear, why is that more restrictive? Because without those words, there's possibilities of upgrades to existing zones. You have zones with a given headroom. Upgrades can increase that. There might be commercial interest or regulatory interest in upgrades above what is either existing or has been approved in the zone. So I think, you know, anytime we try to work and add new words, I think it'll get difficult. So sometimes simplicity is better. I would prefer keeping it the way it was, and then talking through the details as we workshop it. Like our clarifications we put in, I'm comfortable with them being just clarifications. And if we all are aligned on it's the aggregate of the capability of the system, then I'm comfortable with not specifying that. And I also really prefer it to be a separate principle, that there needs to be a path to provide opportunities for increasing interconnection capability in some way. I know we provided some language. I'm very comfortable with massaging it in any way, but that's the comma language is getting at that other principle we would like to see it called out explicitly, because it is a separate process that will probably need a separate solution.
How do people feel about adding that as an additional principle? The piece about non-discriminatory, that's the piece that you're talking about now, or are you talking about your kind of
It's the piece about affording a path to identify additional upgrades to increase the capability of the system. In our mind, it's a subscription model, but that's a solution, that's not the principle. Mm-hmm. So I think our principle was allow interconnection customers or other interested entities, we mean state agencies or federal agencies, but other interested entities to identify projects and pursue a mechanism to fund those projects to increase the headroom inside the zones or outside the zones.
Yeah. Do you have a hand raised on WebEx?
Okay, we'll take that, and then we have one in the room as well.
Okay, Dariush, go ahead.
Hi. These are encouraging conversation I'm hearing. I just wanted to also, as part of, I don't know whether this would be considered a detail or part of the principles. Any prioritization, any selection, as I see it, should happen between phase 1 and phase 2, where people, and I understand that the studies should be done based on a reasonable size interconnection at each zone, whether preferred or prioritized or otherwise. But one of the issues I wanted to make sure that at least I shared our opinion is any prioritization of which type of resources would be allowed to go forward to appeal to the GIA and so on, should be done between phase 1 and phase 2, and that probably would increase the length of time between phase 1 and phase 2, but should not be based on not allowing people to interconnect or asking for interconnection, but it should be based on informed information that comes out of CAISO, let's call it reasonable studies, as well as maybe a market feedback based when they see those type of study results. And I think also the size of interest in various zones should play a role in the size of the reasonable size you consider for each zone. That's just the point I wanted to make sure that we don't just eliminate access here, restrict access, but we give the message between phase 1 and phase 2, allowing both the market as well as resource developers to make the right decision to go into phase 2 after they show that they have commercial viability, maybe of the variety you have currently using for TPD allocation.
Thanks, Dariush. I'm going to suggest our comments try to stay at this high principle level. I think we're kind of starting to get into some solutions, and I think we're getting really close on principle 1, and maybe principle 2 and 5 also. So I heard Kathleen suggest maybe a separate principle. It could also be a clause on the back end of this, of providing a path to pursuing or to identifying and pursuing additional upgrades. Does that need to be a separate principle, or can it be tagged on to number 1? Oh, and I'm sorry, Rayanne, I forgot.
That's okay. I wanted to add to Kathleen's point, and I do definitely support that. Earlier in the workshop, Susan Schneider brought up, Rayanne Quadro, Gridwell Consulting. Sorry, Susan. Susan Schneider brought up that the commercial interest in the CPUC busbar mapping process, she thinks, is based on the interconnection queue. If that's true, and then we limit interconnection requests or prioritize interconnection requests in these transmission zones, we've sort of created an Ouroboros for that screen to not work anymore.
Yeah.
So as a part of workshopping that priority and principle, I think we should get a clear understanding from the CPUC or someone who's an expert in it on what that screen really entails. And perhaps engagement on changing it if necessary to function.
The screen on busbar mapping, you mean?
And can I just add on to that, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra, the busbar mapping also uses the transmission capability estimates. And so with that consistency, this is a really good point. It's not just the transparency and the data accessibility. We're thinking about how these documents are informing regulatory decisions, right? Mm-hmm. So the transmission capability estimate is also used and as one of those screens. So keep that in mind.
Okay. Thanks. So do they need to be? Go ahead.
We do have a hand raised on WebEx if you're ready.
Okay. And then we probably need to kind of tighten up principle 1 and then move on to the others.
All right.
But go ahead.
Eddie, go ahead.
Yes, Eddie Dadashti, Parks Energy. I assume by identifying capacity at different zones, you mean simultaneous capacity. So at any procurement cycle, these zones have to be simultaneously feasible. Okay. And another comment I have is that what about tax incentives? What about Inflation Reduction Act, those zones that have been identified? And those are primary considerations for most investors nowadays. Do you want to capture those in these guiding principles?
A good question. I'm going to turn that to others and see if there's feedback on that. It may be kind of external force, I think, on some of this. I don't know if it changes our principles or goals, but I'd be open to others. Okay. Thanks for that. So I think we're going to consider adding a second principle under number 1 that talks about providing a path to identifying and pursuing additional upgrades. And then if we do that, are people comfortable with 1 as it's written? I'm seeing head nods, but
Yep.
and a lot of still heads also. I see double thumbs up.
Okay, good.
You're okay? Okay. All right, recognizing devil's in a lot of these details, which we will get into. I think this is at least a good start. So let's move on to problem statement 3 now, which is limiting the amount of studies to a reasonable capacity volume that aligns with state resource planning. And we'll do that. Oh, the other piece I want to add to that we had on a number of these that I think we should talk about, but I think mostly comes up in 4 is just making sure that this is about all off-takers, not just CPUC jurisdictional LSEs. So we can talk about that in a moment too, but that's a piece that we get a lot of feedback on. So Jason, when you're ready, if you're able to go down to what's listed as principle 2 in the document. Okay, so I heard some concerns around the use of the word limit, and that's another one of those triggers, I think, of what does that mean, and so we can talk about that. But the idea is to make sure that we have the right amount of competition. You know, we want to have competition. We want to have more requests. We want to factor in commercial viability criteria and think about what's going to be most likely to get us the amount of deliverability in a certain area, given what's available. But we also recognize that we have interconnection requests that far exceed what we're able to process for most of the zones that we're looking at within the TPP, just in cluster 15 alone, but also if you look at previous queues as well. So this is an attempt to just reference the fact that we need to do some right sizing of that. I think if there's a suggestion on different words to use, we're open to that. We had some good suggestions. We had one suggestion of limiting the number of studies to reasonable deliverable capacity volumes. I think that was maybe just a helpful point of emphasis or addition. We had the suggestion to look at high quality interconnection requests. I think that can get a little tricky, but again, this is principle, so we're keeping it high level, but we want these to be viable interconnection requests. So that's another option. But what kind of qualifiers do you feel like this needs to get everyone comfortable with it? Or can people live with it as it is?
We do have a couple hands raised on WebEx when you're ready.
Okay, we'll go to Abhishek first.
Abhishek Singh, Rev Renewables. So my take on this document itself, when we start talking about capacity, we're just pretty much limiting it to deliverability. I mean, is that the general intent that CAISO has? Because besides deliverability, there could be other limitations that would, kind of limit your ability to deliver power to the grid, short circuit upgrades. So wanted to make sure that is CAISO just limiting this discussion, and when they talk about limit, it's just limit from the deliverability perspective only?
I'm going to turn to Bob on that.
Yeah, I think that's our intention within the transmission planning process. The policy-driven upgrades that come out of the CPUC portfolios are the capacity upgrades to make the projects in the portfolio fully deliverable. You can't really build reliability network upgrades until you actually know the projects, but so that's the intention, yes.
This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. So can I lean in? I have an additional clarification questions. I'd like to unpack the state resource planning in a little bit more detail to make sure I'm understanding what your intent is. The first time I read it and when we were working on our comments, I took it at a very basic level as the portfolios that are used in the TPP inform the outcome of all these different types, right? Reliability policy, economic, and then we talked about the additional opportunities, the 1 and 2. So I took it very basically as the aggregate of all of that is what we're limiting it to, but then as we've been talking through it today, I've started to question if state resource planning meant something different to the CAISO. Do you mind expanding on that? Either confirming if I had the right understanding the first time, or if that's not quite right, what that means in this principle?
I think it's, Neil?
So, yeah, it's Neil here with the ISO. We see the resource planning taking place at the state agencies. In itself, it involves a lot of interaction with other processes, the energy commissions, longer-term efforts, as well as the CPUC's integrated resource planning process. Ultimately, what we've been following as the best expression and what we tried to capture in this year's transmission plan was that ultimately the renewable portfolios that are provided to us are the most actionable, clear direction, with portfolio volumes that have been by resource type, by zone, at least a zonal approach, that represent that indication of what people should be expecting to see the grid being reinforced to in the near term. And by near term, I'm still listing that as being 10 years out. But it's not just the IRP process, and that's not the only input. There are other activities going on through the study of offshore wind requirements as a result of different legislation. Other parameters are affecting that. But ultimately, what we've seen is I'll say the tightest, clearest direction that we could then fold into other processes does come through the CPUC's portfolios. We do expect the CPUC to monitor what's happening here, and if adjustments to their portfolio development process are required, then that's something we would also be up for exploring. Now, within our own transmission planning work, Jeff Billington and the team put a lot of work this year into trying to provide more clarity about the resource development zones for which transmission is either existing or being planned to try to provide that alignment so that stakeholders that wanted to follow could see the flow through long-term resource planning at the CEC, integrated resource planning at the CPUC, as well as then that shaping up inside our own transmission plan that would provide a jumping off point for these conversations. But I don't want people here thinking that all of those processes are static and cast in stone. If adjustments upstream are needed within those processes, I think we're up for that discussion. Does that help, Kathy?
A little bit. Can I give an example? And a follow? Okay, great. So what I'm trying to kind of think through is, that is helpful, understand we receive the portfolios. So we've received the portfolios. Let's say that under principle number 2, there's a pathway, and some entity identifies an area deliverability network upgrade that's listed on the transmission capability estimates white paper, just to make this a very tangible example. We have the white paper, there's an AD&U identified, there's this process for folks to say we want to go and subscribe to it or fund it, or economic study, whatever. But let's say maybe economic study is the easiest example because it's not a new process. So an AD&U is recommended for an economic study on a specific constraint. Yin does his magic and studies it, identifies and makes the recommendation to approve that economic project. It is using the state portfolios, so it is aligned with state resource planning, but it is an economic project that is based on some commercial interest or regulatory interest to see that upgrade, and that increases the aggregate capability of the system. That is how I first read this principle, is it doesn't matter how it's getting upgraded or how we're getting to this headroom, it's just based on the portfolios, but it could be any of the pathways, including a new process if we identify it. And I just wanted to confirm that that's also how CAISO is thinking about it.
It's Neil here. Let me just, I think, kind of respond to that. I think the short answer is yes. The longer answer is I think we actually have examples of this where in the past we've identified, now I have to remind people too, the reliability policy and economic studies are done sequentially in the transmission plan. So normally by the time you get to the economic study phase, you've already worked out what transmission's needed to make the portfolios deliverable. But we have had cases where things have happened, especially on the border, that were a little different. When the ISO first approved the Delaney, Colorado transmission project in 2014, it was actually approved as an economically driven project, not as a policy-driven project. However, as soon as we approved that project, a lot of developers had interest in shifting their plans to locate and take advantage of that capacity. And by the time we got to the actual CPUC CEQA process and the permitting process, and we're demonstrating the need for the project in those processes, the needs had heavily shifted to actually aligning with policy-driven direction for resource development. So those kinds of requirements certainly get taken into account. Once the line's approved and moving forward, the purposes people see being able to put that line to will shift, and we certainly need to accommodate that.
I don't want to pick on anyone, but I did think CalCCA had some comments on that buffer, and I think maybe, I don't know how big of an issue this is. I think state resource planning is broad, but we don't have to limit it to just RA or reliability. We can leave it broad, and I think that clarifies that it's for reliability policy and economic projects. I think the key is making sure that we're not, when we get into problem statements and solutions, you know, we're not saying like, we're not going to have a buffer or we're not going to allow for competition, or, you know, we have to figure out kind of what that appropriate buffer is to still enable some competition and enable the most ready resources to move forward first.
Do you have a hand raised on WebEx?
Okay. Lauren, did you want to go first? And then we'll go.
Sure, just because you mentioned our comments. This is Lauren Carr from CalCCA, and what we were thinking about when we made this recommendation is, you know, looking at the CEC SB 100 portfolios, there's, like the CAISO's mentioned, over 7,000 megawatts that'll need to interconnect each year to meet those targets, and that's a lot that needs to be studied. But we need to study something, some reasonable amount above that, so that there's still enough competition, like you said, and that there's also factoring in of like contingencies that could happen with project delays, withdrawals, et cetera. Mm-hmm. So kind of like what you see on the screen, but that's just some more context from where we're coming from with that.
Thanks. Caitlin, do you want to go to the screen?
Yeah, we have Susan Schneider. Go ahead.
Yeah, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I just, since you did pull up the LSA, I know I don't want to get too much into details here, but the LSA thing, and I want to make it clear that this was not, this is sort of a concept proposal and not something necessarily supported by the entire group. But what we tried to do here was separate two things, which is one of them is not in your, this whole principle refers to setting capacity, but there's also an issue of logistically how many studies can you do, and it seems like the CAISO is desperately trying not to do 550 studies for cluster 15, and so this idea that the scoring idea, which was I think a concept one proposal when you got down to the proposals in the document, that you have to limit not only the amount of capacity you study, but somehow to make this all work, you have to limit the number of studies you do, or studies you do in some detail. So what we had tried to do here is to separate those things and say, well, you limit the number of studies you do based on how many you can do. And I think that number is still a question. Maybe it depends on the study process, but logistically, to make it a livable process for the CAISO and the PTOs, you have to somehow limit the number of studies you do or the way you do them. And they can, you can streamline. There are other ways to get things done. You can try and hire, another 500 engineers, but they're basically, there's got to be something there. But also then, if the MOU really works, there are a few concerns about the TPP portfolio, because it really only studies how much you actually need, not what you might call slack capacity or allowing for more to be accepted. But this concept says basically, we'll study the amount, if the MOU works, then the amount of and types of capacity in each area should be not exactly what's in the, what's in the CPUC procurement directives, but something close to that. And so what you would do, rather than try and, you would accept all, all the capacity in each area that goes basically up to the number that you are allowed, you can study based on some kind of viability scoring at the beginning. And then, but you can accept more, because at the end, once PPAs start to be signed, there should not be a huge excess. If the MOU process works, there should not be a huge excess in any particular area at any particular cycle. So that was the idea here, and just to basically say you're trusting the process to work. You only study for and allocate costs based on what you think will actually happen there, but you can't accept more projects. You just don't know which ones will be picked, but that the number and the type that will be picked should be something close to what the MOU and the CPUC portfolios say. But you got to allow some excess here for competition, for adjustments, for things that you didn't put in the scoring process, for the fact that the non-CPUC load is maybe 10% of the total, but that is still a significant amount, so you need more. So separating, though, the idea of how many projects do you study from, and how do you do, and how do you do the studies, and the fact that you don't have to look at 10 times the amount in each area. You can look at what you only expect to result there, and somehow you have to translate those two things into specific projects. But anyway, I don't want to get into any more detail here, but just because you put it up here and we'd hoped it would be discussed somewhere in the workshops, I just wanted to clarify that.
Hi, this is Bob Arndt with the ISO. I just wanted to kind of state that in developing this principle by reasonable capacity, we wanted to make that kind of soft enough, because within some of the ideas we had within the concepts that we put out, some of those concepts could be, studying roughly the amount of capacity plus a little bit within a particular zone, or double or that amount in order to have enough for competition, or whatever in the end the working group decides is the appropriate amount. So this particular statement was hopefully broad enough to be able to accomplish that, account for that, to where we're not specifying a specific amount, but it is relative to the amount of transmission within a particular zone. That was the idea. So hopefully that clarifies it a little bit. And if it doesn't say that to you, suggest some changes.
Yeah, this is Joanne Serena with the ISO. So I think words do mean everything, right? So words are important. I know we want to take a break as well, but maybe we can think about what's the right terminology here in terms of establishing the right study set, if you will, right? If maybe there's some criteria baked into this principle. We talked about deliverability being a part of it. So maybe if we take a 15-minute break now. Maybe we kind of think about that, and when we come back, see if we can close on this principle. Does that sound good? Reasonable? Okay. So let's come back at 10 to 11. I know we've had some good discussions during the break. There's been some floating around. Sorry. One of the discussions that I was having during the break is maybe inviting the CPUC to come and present on sort of their basic principles around the portfolio process that they have, and make sure that we have some clarity around what that looks like. So I think we will take that back as an action item and work with the CPC to see if in an upcoming session we can do that and have an open conversation with the CPC. And I think that would sort of help define some of the guardrails, if you will, to the planning process. So let me just start back up with this process, this principle that we were talking about that really is trying to right-size the number of projects that we study, right? And like I said, maybe words matter here in terms of, you know, the word limit. It's not that we're necessarily trying to limit, you know, what we study. We're trying to right-size, if you will, what is the right number of projects that's going to meet the goal. I think, Neil, I know I probably caught you with something in your mouth here, but if you could state some of the numbers that you were mentioning during the break to me when you talk about the queue size.
Sure, thank you for that. It's Neil here. So yeah, just to put things in perspective, you know, we're talking about over the last few years, we've pivoted from transmission planning geared around adding 1,000 megawatts a year, which our current process has handled quite well, actually. But then up to 2,700 to 4,000. Now we're finally on a trajectory established for the transmission planning tied to CPUC and Energy Commission work, looking at adding 7,000 megawatts of installed capacity a year. That's the first time we see a trajectory that actually gets us to meeting the state's long-term goals 20, 25 years out. But in contrast, against that, we already have right now 180,000 megawatts of installed assets sitting in our interconnection queue. And then on top, Cluster 15 added another 354,000 megawatts. So, you know, when we're talking about limiting the numbers here, we're not talking about limiting numbers down to a bare minimum of what's required for procurement and crushing competition. But we do see that having a multiplier of 50 times showing up in the queue, and it's not just our study efforts that get affected, it's actually the meaningfulness of the results, that managing a cadence of new projects coming in, getting studied, and moving through to completion, which is what this is all about, getting people connected. The volumes we're looking at coming in the queue simply don't produce reasonable results that allow people to winnow down which projects are going to get moving and get installed quickly enough. We were commenting that one substation alone, that's a very good substation for interconnections, has 18,000 megawatts of installed capacity applying at one sub. Trying to study all of those projects and provide results in a requirement that would actually sterilize development at a really good substation, because you'd be getting results that are ridiculously long and expensive. So, you know, I do want to just reaffirm that with the numbers we're looking at, this is not just about our ability to, quote, study projects. It's not something we see just adding more engineers as a solution to. We do see this being a total industry challenge of managing the cadence of new project development, feeding its way through, getting procured and getting connected, and that we do need to take some steps, this transformative change Joanne referred to earlier, to help manage that throughput, to get those numbers under control and get more meaningful results to people one way or the other, and enable procurement and actual construction. Does that help, Joanne?
Yep, thanks, Neil.
Thanks.
So I think maybe we can take some, final thoughts around this particular principle based on what Neil was just saying, and because that's what we're driving at, right, is how can we get meaningful results out from the studies?
Jasmine? Thank you. This is Jasmine from AES Clean Energy. I think from our perspective, I know we're not, like you guys said, you're not trying to arbitrarily limit down the study, so if that's not the purpose, then maybe let's not use the word limit. I think maybe something in our mind is that instead of limiting down to some sort of arbitrary level, why don't we rearrange the language to something that's like encouraging timely interconnection or certainty by ensuring that the most ready projects enter the queue, and in a way that so that the solutions can focus on what is most ready and how can we set the bar higher, given that we're already prioritizing interconnections in certain zones. So just some of our thoughts there.
Would it be, let me just ask a little bit, would it be establishing some criteria as to what is ready to enter the queue?
Yeah, because I think as we're in right now, one of the, concepts is already establishing criteria. So I think instead of saying limit, like reword it into like encourage, most ready, and then one of the solutions of it could be developing some sort of criteria.
What do you guys think about the wording?
This is Bob Emmert with the ISO. I just want to say, while I appreciate what you're saying, and we may end up actually going that exact direction, that's a bit too much into the solution at this point in time. So I think it's really a struggle for all of us that as we talk about these things, our minds want to go to the solutions very quickly. But just kind of want to do a reminder, let's do our best to try to hold off on solution-type words in this and more of just, okay, what are those principles that will then, in the end, help us to find the right solutions?
So I think maybe one of the words we've been playing around with is, right sizing, maybe rather than limit, but right sizing sort of the pool that you're going to study. What do people think about that? Mark Smith, what do you think? I see. Hold on, Caitlin, you have somebody on the line? Caitlin?
Yeah, we do have someone on the line. Mm-hmm.
So,
if I may,
Fernando.
This is Fernando Cornejo with Southern California Edison, and I really appreciate the conversation taking place today, and want to thank the CAISO for organizing and hosting this workshop. I think it's been very productive, and really appreciate the discussion that's developing here. Just a general observation, and not to get into the actual problem statements themselves, but I think several folks in the room have mentioned the need to limit the number of resources that are being studied so that the CAISO and the industry can perform the studies and get meaningful results and something that they can take action on. And so I'm just a little troubled when I hear the words about, that soften the overall objective here in terms of prioritizing. That word is pretty specifically identified. I think it gives specifics in terms of preference. It helps prioritize the work that everyone needs to do in order for us to move forward and meet the goals that we've got. They're very ambitious. So from my perspective, and I think from Edison's perspective, is to not dilute some of the language that we currently have in terms of the principles. And if you start to soften that language too much, is it really actionable? Mm-hmm. I think there's a lot more ambiguity that's introduced by introducing words such as encouragement, which, by definition is to support or to kind of lend additional weight behind, versus giving preference based on some metrics or to be developed criteria. So I'm not, obviously indicating that we should eliminate competition. We still believe that you need to have a good pool of resources to select from, ultimately from a procurement standpoint. But as folks have discussed and mentioned here, including Neil, the order of magnitude here that we have in terms of multiples of folks seeking to interconnect into the queue is 5 or 6 times even, the current peak loads that we experience in the CAISO footprint. So it's not a position of, let's eliminate competition. It's like, how do we get to a healthy place of competition and allow for the diversity and the breadth of resources that are needed to meet the state's goals. So I would just point out that I think if we start to soften the language too much, that we end up losing the effectiveness in terms of what we're trying to achieve here.
So it sounds like you're a proponent of keeping the word limit.
I'm a proponent of keeping the word prioritize. Okay. Prioritize and not going into a passive I forgot the word, suggest, was it, encourage, and not encourage is hard to measure. I mean, I'd lend support to you to move forward on, so that's encouraging versus a prioritization which states.
It's more actionable.
Actionable, it has, based on some criteria to be identified, some steps to be taken to move forward.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Fernando.
Thank you.
Mark Smith, I'm going to call on you.
Okay, it's Mark Smith. I'm going to pick on Bob Emmerich for a minute because he said he didn't want to jump to solutions, but the way this thing was originally written, it is a solution, limiting the number of studies in the queue. I would rather have this say something about, create incentives to encourage only viable projects to enter and viable projects to remain in the queue. So what that means is that rather than the ISO being the actor on limiting the number of interconnection requests, it is the interconnection customer that faces severe or potentially beneficial financial conditions that would allow them to remove themselves from the queue. Is that why you called on me?
Yes, I wanted your perspective on that. Thank you.
And I think we have people on the phone as well.
Okay. We'll take somebody on the phone, and then we'll have another person here in the room.
Okay, we have Darius on the line.
Hi. I heard some words which sounded alarming to me, and that was allowing a certain number of projects to enter the queue, or while I completely understand studying the number of megawatts in each zone or each region or each bus to be reasonable and not too many megawatts. I think anything that sort of prevents the projects to enter the queue is tantamount to lack of open access. I think if there is going to be a limitation on the number of projects that eventually come out of the ISO interconnection study process, it should be who gets to stay in the queue after phase 1 studies are completed, and phase 1 studies should be completed based on reasonable number of megawatts, not what's necessarily in the queue. So that is what I'm trying to make sure, and that's consistent with what I heard from both SCE, I think, and Mark Smith here, of Calpine, that the goal should not be, I'm going to not allow people to enter the queue. I'm going to limit the number of megawatts that enter the queue. I'm going to limit the number. I'm going to do the study based on number of megawatts. And the reason why, the way I'm raising this is because everybody is already into solutions here. Number of megawatts that I study for each zone, and I'm going to share those results, and I would like to allow people who are willing to pay the light deposits and show also other commercial viability, pass other commercial viability criteria to enter phase 2, so that when I do what I study in phase 2 is represents a reasonable number of megawatts. Not a reasonable number of projects, but a reasonable number of megawatts. So somehow I was hearing alarming words that you're not going to even allow people to enter into phase 1s. I can imagine limiting the number of projects that enter the phase 2 study, but limiting them not to even be able to file an interconnection application to me. That is something that I'm hoping will not. And I think by also looking at number of interconnection applications and number of megawatts, you can probably use that as an input in determining the reasonable number of megawatts you want to study in each zone for phase 1. and sharing that information with the projects and the off-takers to help decide what goes into phase 2 or commercial viability criteria that will allow projects to enter phase 2. That's all I have.
Okay. Thanks for the comment there.
So something that Jasmine said might simplify all of this, which is if there's concern around the word limit and what that might mean for open access and it creates confusion, what if we flip it a little bit and just say advanced projects with capacity volumes that more closely align with the study process. So rather than talking about solutions, what we're saying is we're only going to move enough projects for us to be able to manage through this process. So we have to eventually, it kind of implies like a filtering, and there may be other words that we can add to it, but it gets to this concept that we have too many now and we're going to need to have fewer eventually, and we don't know what criteria we're going to use to figure out what that is, but we need to get those volumes down, and those projects are going to advance rather than us stopping or limiting.
Is there any disagreement that we can't, in terms of the volumes that we're seeing right now? Is there any disagreement to what Danielle just said?
Did have 2 hands raised on WebEx.
Yeah, we got quite a few here in the room too. So Shashank, let's hold on just a second. I think Jenny was waiting.
Hi, Jenny Mueller, Youth Consulting. I was just agreeing with Mark in that, the way that, well, really 1 and 2 are kind of written is they seem like solutions. And so, like, what I heard Neil say about item 2 and, principle 2, the goal is to produce meaningful results. So, like, to me, that's a principle. The principle is we want to provide, developers meaningful results. The way that you get to that is right-sizing your studies. That's a solution. So, like, to me, the principle is just broader. Like, we're just trying to produce results that are meaningful.
That's a good point. That's good. Okay.
And I think Sujat, and there are people on the phone as well. Sorry, I lost the cue. It's not a metaphor for something.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking that the old language around limiting the amount of studies did address the issue, right? It doesn't say limit the amount of interconnection requests, because ISO is still going to hit that wall of unreasonable megawatt amounts. So studying that is still going to be challenged, but if you limit the scenarios and limit the amount of information that ISO would be required to give to certain projects versus the other, I think that old language addressed it in some ways. So we'd be in support of looking at the study amounts being limited.
Yeah, the intent was definitely not to limit entry into the queue. That I think we want to be clear about that. We recognize that would be problematic. But it was narrowing is another word that we could use, limit or narrow the number of studies to reach reasonable capacity volumes, just to make it more manageable. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Yes, go ahead, and then I'll get Rayanne.
What Fernanda from ST said, I think from PG&E's perspective, I think more actionable words like limit or narrow or something is preferable versus encourage, because how do we actually move to a point where we're not at the same place we were or are today with cluster 14 and 15. So I think, limit or narrow or advanced, but something that's a little bit more strict and actionable is preferred from our standpoint.
Rayanne.
Thank you, Rayanne Quadro, Gridwell Consulting. What I'm hearing, I think, in the back and forth discourse is perhaps an issue with the word align, and I wonder if that could be replaced with balance, because those things are not necessarily going to be aligned ever, so we can't have a process that aligns them necessarily. But as there's push and pull in directions, we find an equilibrium, perhaps. And then I want to endorse the statement about the directive being to produce meaningful study results. And I think I'd like to qualify that with phase 1 study results, You know, we are at a point, I think, in sort of dancing around the clear issue that phase one study results right now are not something that can be transacted on in terms of creating requests for offer and participating in procurement exercises. If you can't estimate your costs and your financing costs, then you can't put accurate price signals out there.
So let me, maybe let me try phrasing what I'm hearing the principle should be. It sounds like it should be more along the lines of provide meaningful phase one study results based on a something interconnection queue.
That balance, and then the second half of the principle there, state resources planning, competition, commercial interest, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Again, I think that balance gives equal weight to the developers and the agencies, which is, I think, the unspoken concern that I'm hearing in the room on this side.
So Jason can do a little bit of editing in real time. Okay. Do you want to add that clause before to say produce meaningful? Do we want to get as specific as to say phase one study results?
Can I jump in real quick? Kathleen Goldberg from Vistra. I'd like to request that the produce, I also endorse it, very much so, but that it's an overarching principle. So rather than putting it in this principle, it feels appropriate to me in addition, the reforms must. And so you keep bringing it, we also said in addition, the reforms must be non-discriminatory or not unduly preferential. In addition, the reforms must produce meaningful results. In addition, there must be transparency and information available to inform. Like, those to me are those overarching, and I would recommend we put it there. Obviously, but I also want to endorse, I agree with SCE and PG&E and Shushan, limit. I think we're getting a little into the solutions, and I think that there is something I want to, you know, the elephant in the room, let's call it out. What we're talking around is if we get too many interconnection requests in megawatt amount, that we are going to limit the phase one studies to based on certain criteria. That's what we're talking about, right? So it is actually limiting, and it's limiting who advances. I'm also comfortable with it, you know, kind of getting along those lines. But we need to then talk about what do you do with the projects or the interconnection request megawatt amount that don't advance. That's the mirror image of this conversation. So I don't know how we want to change the words, but I think that I was comfortable with limit. I'm comfortable with advance. I agree with it's more closely balanced with all those things. I think that there is another question of what do we do with the projects that don't advance.
So this is Bob Emmert, Kathleen. So I'm curious, do you think that should be a principle of what do you do with projects that don't advance?
That's a really good question, Bob. I don't see the projects that don't advance anywhere kind of captured in these principles. So it does feel like there should be some principle for the reforms must identify a path or a direction for the projects that don't advance, just so it's complete for the scope,
Do we see that falling under number 4, where we're talking about post-study processes?
So it's interesting you ask that. In Vistra's perspective, and this is a solution, so take it for what it's worth, but we have been trying to crowdsource the idea of feasibility studies for a few years now with the CAISO. We had thought about it more from an incentive perspective. If you lower the cost for the feasibility study, the projects that are less viable would opt into them. We're competitive, so we think incentives. But another way to do it is to say you're limiting, and then you send the projects that don't advance to the much higher level and what feasibility studies should be able to be done in like a month or two, right? And SPP does them. We have models that we can look at to see how simplified they are, but they're very simplified. They provide viability results. They're just so instead of submitting 20 interconnection requests, you get your feasibility results to zone in on the one that you submit next cycle. That's the concept of it, right? But it is an option that you could use, so it wouldn't defer evaluating projects that can't advance, but if you use a criteria and then you have to limit the amount you study in a phase one that would progress to an actual full-on interconnection, you could provide them some kind of high-level results to better inform resubmitting a more viable project.
So why don't we try this real quick? If we rephrase this principle to produce meaningful study results by advancing studies that balance, and then the rest of that statement. That balance study zones, state resource planning, competition, blah, blah, blah. Can we write that one up there and see how that sort of sits with people?
I think we are getting into the how here.
Yeah.
The principle still should be limited study scenarios or limiting the study amounts.
Yeah.
Which addresses the issue of unreasonable results. And how we do it, we'll handle it in the next phase.
And we support that. I think the original language we didn't provide any comments on. We want to get into the details when we do the how. I do think, to Rayanne's point, if you could clarify it's phase one. I think the prior conversations have talked a lot about advancing from phase one to phase two. Let's talk about the elephant. The elephant is it's not phase one to phase two. It's scoping meeting to phase one, right?
So if we say by advancing and limiting, by limiting and advancing or something along those lines?
I think we need something to see in its whole, make it easier, but.
Do we have one?
Limit and advance, well, limit and advance sound kind of oppositional to one another, which I'm struggling with, but, limit or advance or whatever, the study results to align with, to balance capacity, or to balance with, the amounts aligned with resource planning, and to produce meaningful study results, meaningful and manageable study results. Yeah, can you go back to what we originally had? I'm sorry.
Sorry.
It's on the table on principle 2, if you go down 2, if you want to look at that. Two. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so what about limit the amount of studies to manageable and meaningful capacity volumes that align with state resource planning? Or that are balanced with, yeah. Sorry, it's hard to like catalog each of the.
This is Bob, though. I don't think we want, it's about limiting the studies. It's limiting what we study.
Okay.
I think we just need I think we need to sort of weave in, produce meaningful study results.
Limit studies to manageable and meaningful capacity volumes.
There you go, something like that.
Yeah, Ashwini.
Hi, this is Ashwini with PG&E. I think the feedback we're getting is amazing, but I think we're in essence losing the principle with the words. I think we should work on developing the words, but the problem statement really is that the queues are way bigger from what we've seen historically, where we've had meaningful results. And I agree with the statement that these results should happen in phase one. So customers know then whether they want to proceed into phase two, whether their projects are viable. They shouldn't even wait for a phase two to know if their projects are viable. So I think we should not lose language that kind of addresses the issue why we're all here, like superclusters. That should not happen again. And limiting or managing the queue to get to that end result should be the goal of that principle. So I think I I agree that we could wordsmith the original principle, but we shouldn't lose track of why we had that principle in the first place.
Okay.
That's good feedback.
Yeah, I do think
Good.
I think we all kind of have a common understanding of where the third rails are and what's giving everyone anxiety, but also what needs to happen. And so maybe we can get the grammar right, but concepts are that we need to study fewer projects than we have in the queue right now, somehow. We need to produce meaningful results. That needs to be balanced with state resource planning.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, this is Taylor Berry with California ISO. I think maybe like we did in the problem statement above, where there's a sub-A, maybe this needs to be broken into two pieces. So that way, because I think there are two like sides, like yes, the study results need to be meaningful, but also like the queue is too big. So
I just want to clarify one thing too. You know, I know we're kind of interchangeably speaking of principles and problem statement. So the principles really are ultimately your objective, right? And then the problem statement is we're going to get into the specific problem statement of an overheated queue, right? Too much in the queue. So that'll be the problem statement. But I think the principles here is what are we trying to achieve, right? And I think what I'm hearing is maybe we're coming back full circle to what the original principle was, with maybe just a few added characteristics like study results. Good study results is the outcome, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm seeing faces, head nods.
Should we move to the hand raised on WebEx?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let's start with Brian Millard.
Brian, we can't hear you if you're speaking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. So I had planned to comment once we started to explore some of the principles that stakeholders wanted to add, but I think next year's proposal relates to some of these concepts, and it's clear that some of these terms like right sizing, narrowing, limiting are triggering folks, and maybe that's because we're not memorializing why limiting is appropriate from a principle level in the first place. So I'm going to piggyback off of some of the previous comments because I think they're relevant here, and maybe we can expand on that. So in continuing to recognize the value of competition, I think it's also important not to lose sight of the problem at hand, which is that we have an untenable number of projects seeking to interconnect to a highly valuable asset, and that asset being transmission that, like it or not, can't accommodate every request. And we have a process that is clearly not valuing that asset properly because the barriers to entry are so low that it's creating a total disruption to the development timeline, and it's derailing our ability to get needed resources online. The interconnection process really can't be an exploratory exercise for whether or not a project is going to be viable. So any reforms we explore need to keep that principle in mind. We can talk a little bit more about the language that we propose for a principle, but I think that concept that I'm talking about relates to some of the things that others have said, and what this principle I think is trying to address without coming right out in explaining why limitations are necessary. Hope that makes sense. Happy to clarify if it doesn't.
Okay, are there any more comments on the WebEx?
Yeah, we have two more. Next one, Susan Schneider.
Hi, yeah, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I guess I wanted to maybe address what might be an elephant in the room, but I'm not really sure. Is the I mean, we had some some strong reaction to limiting the number of requests you would take, or limiting the number of requests that you would study, or or limits on the number of requests. And I just wanted to zero in on that because this talked about amount of studies before we started playing around with the words. And I sort of want to go back to my earlier statement of the CAISO desperately not wanting to study 545 projects. Can the CAISO manage 545 interconnection requests? Can you have that many scoping meetings, and can you do that many reports, and can you do, and then PTOs as well? So is the number of applications and studies that you do, I mean, obviously the capacity that you study, can't be 20 times the right amount, or you're going to end up with, 40 new 500 kV lines. I mean, everybody gets that. But the number of studies that the CAISO does, is that an issue, or does that have to be addressed here? Is that management problem or that capacity problem an issue here?
There's somebody from the ISO.
Hi, Susan. This is Bob Emmert. Just to add, or to respond to that, yeah, I think we got a little bit off track by putting that where we say limited studies. We're not really trying to limit the studies, at least in my mind. We're trying to limit the amount of capacity in those studies. You ask, can we study 500 projects? Can we do all the processing that it takes to do that? And I think the answer is yes, but how long will it take, and what is the accuracy of those studies? I'm just going to throw this out.
It took 3 years to do the cluster 14. So if you got 40% more applications than cluster 15, are we looking at 4 years or 5 years? I mean, is that the issue?
Well, I think that is, and so I think the point is that we can, but it doesn't produce what we want. We want to get capacity online. We want to have accurate results to help us get that capacity online. What I was going to say is I remember in one of the first stakeholder initiatives I was on for the interconnections, Lorenzo Christoph made this statement: people want faster, cheaper, more accurate. Pick two. So you can't necessarily have everything. I think one thing we know we don't want is we want faster. We don't want slower. We don't want going from, okay, we did cluster 14 in 3 years, now we're going to do it in 4 years. And I think in some of the PTOs here, if they would have had their, in hindsight, they might think, well, gosh, cluster 14 should have taken 4 years. So we can't be in that paradigm because everybody loses in that. So I think what we're trying to do here is figure out the means to, based on, I think, a very good statement of, we've got a very high value asset in our transmission. What are the foundational principles we're trying to put in place to make sure we study the projects that will get us that 7,000 megawatts coming online each year, get the LSEs, the projects that they think are the ones they want to procure, and still have adequate competition and all those things.
Okay, well, now this principle, the way it's written on the slide here, talks about studying the meaningful amounts of capacity. So it doesn't really talk about the amounts of studies, which is what it talked about before. It just talks about amounts of capacity, which again is a fairly obvious thing. But there's nothing, and then if you take that, the way it's modified here, it sort of takes out the amounts of studies to be done and applications to be managed. That's capacity, not the number of study. I'm assuming this means is that not intended to mean megawatt capacity? Or is that supposed to be some other capacity, like the capacity to perform studies?
Yeah, it's the capacity of interconnection projects.
Okay, well, see, I don't think that's what, when the meaningful results part is more how many megawatts are you studying. The reasonable capacity volumes, if you're mean this to mean the number of interconnection requests that you study or the number of studies you do, I think that is not exactly necessarily clearly conveyed by the term capacity volume. So I thought this more talked about megawatts and not numbers of studies. So that's hence my question. So if you intended to mean that, I think you should clarify it.
Susan, it's Neil here. I have to admit, I was just worried that people might be talking past each other when we're talking about the number of studies. We are still, and I expect regardless of where this process ends up taking us, we will still end up doing some form of cluster study process where we study at a time a particular number of projects, a particular amount of capacity in an area and the constraints that are affecting that area. And I think that's what we were referring to as a study. but how much capacity is in that area when you're studying that area and producing results for the projects that applied to connect in that particular area.
So you mean megawatt capacity then?
Yes, but
okay. So no, but what I just heard before was that, okay, there was a megawatt. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, which given that you know, there's a pretty typical size or range of project sizes, the number of projects does correlate to the total number of megawatts. So I don't think we, you know, we don't need to overthink that part, but is it the number of projects, the megawatts? Clearly the results are being skewed by the number of megawatts that we're adding in a particular area. They'd be equally skewed whether that was split over a smaller number of big projects or a bigger number of small projects.
Okay, you got 65,
when we were talking studies,
you have 65 projects in the queue right now in cluster 15 with over 1,000 megawatts or more. Okay. So I really, again, the megawatts, having to say the reasonable amount of megawatts in each area, I think is a very clear and reasonable thing to do, given that you don't want to trigger all kinds of upgrades you don't need. But I don't know though that you can really given the size of projects in there, that you really can say that will result in the right number of studies, or that it won't be. Anyway, if you're not worried about managing the number of studies, then I'm going to just shut up and not say anything else about it. It just seems like that seemed a big concern before. And if you mean capacity volumes here to mean number of studies, then I think you should say that. If you think that if you limit the megawatts, then the number of studies will take care of themselves, I'm good with that, as long as you guys are good with that.
Yeah, it's Neil. I think what we're referring to is that we need to come to terms with a more reasonable amount of capacity being studied in an area. We're not expecting to have to study more or fewer actual zones as a result of this work, but to get the numbers, the amount of capacity being studied at a time down to more reasonable volumes. So it is the emphasis on the capacity as opposed to, quote, limiting the number of studies. But there's, you know, a fair bit of overhead associated with managing how many applications you're dealing with. But these are things we need to explore. But clearly it's the amount of capacity that's being studied in an area that are producing skewed results.
Yeah, no, I agree with that statement.
Yeah,
But,
so that's
okay.
based on the number of interconnection requests, really. It's the volume of
No, it's
interconnection
based on
requests.
the size of the interconnection request, not only the number.
Yeah.
Like I said, you have a lot of really super large ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
although
so,
to be fair, many of the large interconnection requests these days are associated with the offshore wind, which are a bit of a unique issue. And there will be other large projects too, but clearly we're referring to the amount of capacity that's being studied in an area. Thanks.
So I do think we're sort of.
That if you, I'm sorry, go ahead. I can't
Go ahead,
keep
Susan.
interrupting.
Sorry.
I was going to say, so you believe you're comfortable saying, and this is a really meaningful statement, so that's why I want to make sure we understand what you're saying. So you're comfortable saying if you limit the study results to, or the amount of capacity that you study in each area to a reasonable amount, that you will not have to have a separate concern of how many interconnection requests you are studying. That problem will address itself in some way in that process.
Well, I guess as long as people here in the room commit to not filing 5,000 megawatt solar projects, then we should be good. But
I haven't heard any commitments like that, but okay.
No, there will be some larger projects, but Susan, I think the economies of scale, the types of projects that I don't think right now, we don't have any reason to believe we should be concerned that if we manage a reasonable amount of capacity, that's going to suddenly pivot the economics where we have a ridiculously large number of projects making up that capacity.
Okay, so that's a clarification. And so, by reasonable capacity volumes here, you mean megawatt capacity volumes?
For the studies, that was the intent, and that we did see that correlated to the number of projects.
Yeah. Okay, so this is good conversation. I think we're kind of getting to the heart of the issue. So I think there's 3 more commenters in the room, and then I have a suggestion. Do we have others on the phone, Caitlin?
Yeah,
two?
we have 2 more on the
Yeah.
phone.
So let's see if we can quickly, Rhiann, go ahead.
I'll be super fast. Bob? Over here. This is Rayanne Quadro. I wanted to go back to your iron triangle of project management, which is cost, quality, and time. Can you speak to whether or not the CAISO is concerned about the cost of interconnection studies? I don't see that represented anywhere in our principles, and my understanding is that currently study deposits are covering the costs. Are we having overruns? Is that an issue?
No, this is, the way I remember it was, this is what interconnection customers want. They want studies faster, they want them cheaper, and they want them more accurate.
Yes.
So it's not from the ISO's perspective.
Okay. Yeah, that's that, again, iron triangle of project management, pick 2. It sounds like we might be at a pick 1 situation, which is not great, but it's good to know that cost is not an issue. Thank you.
Kathleen?
Kathleen Colbert from Vistra, and just to try to maybe help advance, pun intended, advance the conversation, the use of the word limit doesn't bother me as a principle, and I wanted to throw this out there and see if this helps everyone else. It doesn't bother me because I'm not presupposing a solution. So in my mind, solutions to limit could be incentives. They could be disincentives. They don't necessarily mean that the solution has to be an administrative construct, right? And so to me, limit, I'm comfortable with the use of the words, and I don't know, and I'm putting that out there just to maybe clarify and help provide some softer context around it so we could kind of move forward, because the principle is we need to limit the amount of megawatt capacity in an area that is being studied so it produces meaningful results. How we get there, I do hope we have a full suite of incentives, disincentives, and other administrative things that we can consider.
And hopefully that's where we get into sort of the solution space there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this is Daniel Lidioff with PG&E. I think I agree with Susan in this, and I'm going to tie this back to kind of what Abhishek said earlier, but from PG&E's perspective too, and specifically from a substation perspective, the number is critical, right? You can have all the megawatt capacity in the area you want, but if you have 5 or 6 or 10 projects connecting to one area or a given substation, the reliability piece of this doesn't matter or make meaningful results either. So I think from a PG&E perspective, we should go back to the statement of it should be megawatt limited and the amount limited, because reliability-wise, it makes a big difference too.
Okay, good.
Excuse me, when you say, this is Bob Emmert, you say amount, what amount are you referring to? When you're talking about capacity?
I'm talking about going back to the principle of we should limit the number of projects and the amount of megawatt capacity that I thought the original principle too was stating was we're trying to get away from these super clusters, and it's because we have a large amount of projects and we have a large number of megawatts applying to the grid. So there's 2 problems.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yelena, online? Caitlin, do we have two people online?
Yeah, online we have Meg McNoll.
This is Meg McNull with Thompson Coburn for 6 Cities. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
I wanted to focus on a little bit of a different term within the second principle, which is the reference to state resource planning. I'm concerned that if what is meant here is CPUC resource planning, the phrase omits resource planning activities that are done by non-CPUC jurisdictional LSEs. So I might suggest rewording that part of the principle to make clear that the resource planning efforts by both CPUC and non-CPUC jurisdictional entities will be considered.
Can I just ask a follow-up question on that? Does that, if we are assuming that CEC is a part of the state resource planning, does that capture it? Or?
Yeah, that would address the concern as long as this principle is interpreted and applied to mean both CPUC and CEC resource planning activities. If that's the intent, then I think the phrasing is fine, but I'd like for that to be documented somewhere.
Sure. Okay, thanks. Good. I think that is the intent, if it makes you feel better. But we can also clarify that.
Thank you.
Can I make a suggestion? This is Kathleen Colbert.
One second.
Oh.
Because we have one more
Yeah.
person in the room who's been waiting a while, and we have a suggestion to kind of keep this going.
Jasmine?
Sorry.
Yeah, my comment is very similar to just the one that it was mentioned, is regarding the state resource planning. I would like to understand more the meaning behind how we are aligning the state of California only, and then also understanding that we also need to include the competition that we have and the commercial interest that we are looking as developers. That's all I wanted to add.
Thanks, Jasmine. One last person online? Okay. Okay. So one of the things I wanted to suggest, and maybe Kathleen, this was going to be your suggestion, these have been really great comments and great feedback. I think we're kind of circling the drain a little bit here and there of getting there. So could I suggest that we sort of have 6, maybe 5 or 6 volunteers from the room or on the phone to get together with Jason and sort of finalize the language around this? Could we do that?
You can do it,
Yeah.
like, right now as a subgroup or during lunch?
Let's do it right now.
Yeah.
I volunteer.
So Kathleen?
Schedule-wise, we have lunch at 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I know.
I'm okay doing it at lunch if everyone wants to grab a bite and we can back up here.
Yeah. Okay, so Kathleen? Okay.
Daniel?
Julie, Love, Sushant, and Jasmine? Is that good? All right, so you all are tasked at lunchtime to grab your food, huddle with Jason, and come up with the verbiage for this principle.
In less than 7 words.
So it's a homework assignment for that group. Okay. Good discussion. All right, let's keep going.
Can you go down to problem statement 3? All right, we're getting there. Hang in there. I can see the body language in the room is like a little pre-lunch fatigue setting in. Okay, but hopefully we can, I think these next few hopefully can move a little quicker. So principle 3 is aligning the interconnection and TPD, transmission plan deliverability processes, with LSE resource procurement functions. And the idea here is to make sure that, again, this kind of broader cycle of resource planning into procurement, into interconnection, making sure that we're bringing these resources online in time, getting them interconnected in time to align with procurement requirements, and, well, first with solicitations and then with procurement requirements. And there's a lot of kind of back and forth within this process. But this is a principle, high level. So we did receive just a couple of stakeholder comments on this, more about some of those interactions, and are open to additional feedback in the room. But this is another one where when we get into problem statements and solutions, I'm sure there's going to be a lot more to discuss.
Everybody's either just worn down from the prior principle or everybody agrees with it.
Sushant? You might need to move to the mic.
This is where I think we had asked a question about whether existing queued projects are also included under this principle. So there may be an overlap between some queue management principle and this one, but we think that this alignment should specifically mention future projects as well as currently queued projects that require this alignment and maybe a different treatment for TPD allocation process.
Okay. But the treatment is the solution. So if we just make sure that we clarify.
Whatever treatment we come up with, I think we should be open to trying to figure out the timing of that so that currently queued projects that are going to be required for meeting the goals should benefit from that.
Okay. How do people feel about just clarification that this applies both to new interconnection requests and projects already in the queue?
This is Bob. I think that presupposes a solution, so I'd just soon not go there. But I take it under advisement that that's something we will definitely have to discuss when we get into solutions.
Right now, it's open enough. Doesn't exclude or preclude conversation around that.
Kathleen?
This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I'd like to request a slight maybe clarification. And this is where the CPUC and non-CPUC regulatory agencies come in, or planning departments. It's not just the procurement functions within the load-serving entities. I think we need to, so many things Brianna has said and others, but we need to think about this from the new resource planning function at the regulatory agencies. So I wanted to make sure that that was clear in this principle, is it is aligning interconnection and transmission plan deliverability processes and new resource planning processes. More generally, I think captures both what happens at the LSC level as well as LCPTO, as well as what happens at the regulatory agencies. And I can give a very tangible example, but in the spirit of lunch, I won't. But if you'd like to talk about it offline, I'm happy to give that example to the staff.
Thanks.
Kathleen, this is Bob Emmer. I just want to make sure I understand, because you're getting into an area that's outside the ISO control. So, I guess if you could elaborate a little bit on why would we do that? How would we do that?
Yeah.
If it's outside of our control.
And I'll give the example, because I think examples help. So one of the challenges, I think, with the interplay between the two different processes is what are commercial viability dates. Viable commercial operation dates based on when you enter and or how your queue process is going on versus the procurement orders and the timelines within those orders. So to give you a very tangible example, the midterm reliability order has commercial operation dates through 2028 right now. And I will say, this is a great example of where it is not the CAISO's responsibility to help parties communicate to the CPUC that those need to be extended to align with the CAISO's processes. That's our responsibility. But I do think that there is more communication and coordination that the CAISO and the CPUC and non-CPUC could do. Like we all have mapped out of what cluster 15, cluster 16 will likely look like under different scenarios for different dates. You can sit down with your superior knowledge, know what those are. I've done that exercise, and especially for long projects, long lead time projects, cluster 15, you're likely outside of the dates. You're likely outside of 2028. Another elephant in the room. I'm just going to call it out. And that's why parties have submitted a petition for modification into that proceeding at the CPUC to extend the commercial operation dates that are eligible through, I believe, 2030. And so that is an open docket. That's not your responsibility. But what the CAISO can do to get ahead of some of these challenges is to provide kind of a status update to the CPUC IRP group through your coordination and say, the way our queue is functioning, projects are going to be coming online, even if they are viable for 28, 29, 30. You can provide that information to the IRP team. That can inform the IRP team as they work through their state resource planning and the dates that are viable. But right now we have a disconnect where the queue is going to result in projects that can achieve interconnection past any procurement order, and that is a constant recurring issue. It has been improved slightly with the new order that came out, extending and providing more flexibility, but there's a great deal of advocacy that goes on from our side to communicate this stuff. And I do think the CAISO could help because you have that expertise in what are those dates. And then the CPUC's procurement orders and other, and I don't mean to be CPUC centric, but this is a very tangible example of a clear disconnect. Those are not coming online in 2028 based on the delays for cluster 14 and cluster 15.
I think that I understand what you're saying. I think maybe just, again, kind of lifting up this principle, and rather than just talking about the commercial resource procurement functions, we talk about procurement more generally, both the commercial side and the procurement policy could be helpful, recognizing that there is a limit to what the ISO can do on this front. But I mean, the whole principle here is to have better alignment and coordination with the procurement processes, recognizing that you all are under deadlines, even in your various positions that are, you know, part of state policy, state procurement policy.
I also think just generally new resource planning is incredibly general, is a very broad language, and it seems consistent with the MOU. So that's why, that's our suggestion.
People feel okay about lifting it up a little bit to just reference procurement more generally and have that be all encompassing of.
Fernando here.
Yeah, Fernando Cornell, Southern California Edison. I just want to voice SE's support for the problem statement as identified. The discussion paper does mention the at least a timing challenge from, you know, when LLCs are entering into procurement activity and when some of the deliverability allocation happens. So once again, not getting into the actual solution for the dilemma, but I think the identification of the real challenge here that we're confronted with, and the differences even more so between CPUC jurisdictional and non-CPUC jurisdictional LLCs, that if we can, when we start talking about solutions and addressing the problem statements, that we can start maybe revisiting some of this commercial viability criteria so that it gets better in alignment in terms of how procurement actually functions within LLCs, and that's something that we look forward to engaging in. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask, in the interest of time, if anyone thinks that edits are necessary to this problem statement, or if you all understand the direction that we're going in and agree with the direction that we're going in. Principal, sorry. Easily confused.
I would be comfortable if we removed the word commercial.
Okay.
I'm just looking for a little bit more general.
Removed, yeah, remove principal. Or sorry, remove commercial. Does anyone have other concerns? If not, we can check this off and move on to number 4.
Fernando. Yeah, our vote would be to keep it as is. SE likes the way
commercial?
Yes,
okay.
I like the way it's written.
I mean, it's all related. Commercial is tied to policy as well.
I think it would be helpful to unpack, and I know it's a comment, the underlying issues, because actually, I really appreciate, Fernando, your comments. I think that's why I'm trying to come with examples, right? Like, here's challenges that I've seen, issues I've seen. If we could unpack a bit more, and maybe we could do this after lunch, but can we talk through some of the challenges that led to this, and if FCE would be willing to share as well as PG&E, I think that would be very helpful if we can put more on what are the challenges, the procurement functions or feelings, and maybe it's a separate principle that I need to take back and think about, that there's also, because I'm thinking about the bus bar mapping, we need to have some feedback loop on if we're using certain pieces of information in the interconnection process, how forward planning processes work, and while that's on my mind, because that's a significant challenge that I've seen, is just inconsistency and issues between the interconnection and the forward planning. I don't need to conflate that in this principle if it needs to be a separate principle, but it would be helpful to understand more specifically what challenges the PTOs are experiencing. And
this is Bob Herbert with the ISO. I absolutely agree with that, and I look forward to that as well. Once we get into the problem statement discussion, I'm really hoping that we'll learn from each other's pain of going through this process, and from hearing those things come up with what the problem statement really should look like.
Yeah.
That addresses all of our needs.
Yeah, I think there will be an unpacking for sure. And if you want to start today, I think we can do that, but I'm not sure if it's necessary just for setting the principle as much as it will be necessary when we get into problems and solutions.
And so I think, sorry, and if I'm being long-winded, I'm hearing feedback from my colleagues not to bring the new resource planning into Principle 3. can we have it, though I do think it's important to align the interconnection processes with new resource planning processes as a principle. Can that be new principle?
Is that a new principle that's being proposed?
A new principle? Isn't it, it's not encompassed in this principle?
I'm hearing they don't want, I'm receiving resistance to it being incorporated in this principle, and I'm respecting that. I think that's fair. They, you know, if you want to have a single principle for how the procurement functions or experiencing challenges, I respect that. This is a separate challenge of aligning the interconnection with planning. And it's very consistent with the MOU. So maybe let's take some time and look at the MOU and think about it and come back after lunch.
Okay. I will say I'm not entirely clear on what you are looking for, and that might be helpful to get clarity on before going to lunch, because I see Principle 3 as written right now as incorporating new resource procurement as well as coordination. And I think other principles that we've already talked about also address coordination with the planning functions of the state. So I'm just trying to figure out what we're missing or what still needs to be
changed. No, the first principle is about prioritizing which interconnection requests. The second principle, if I recall correctly, maybe we could go back up, is in my mind about, am I putting them back
the
up?
volumes.
The volumes. The third principle, I respect what I'm hearing from the PTOs, is about how their processes are affected. And I think that's fair for them to want a standalone principle about their processes. The fourth is about post-study queue management. So no, I don't actually see something that very clearly is about spending that time, inviting the CPUC, talking about how all these processes align. I don't actually see it.
Oh, so I think to solve that problem, what we're going to do is we're going to see if we can work with the CPUC, have them come in, and we can talk about where there is alignment or misalignment or where there needs to be alignment.
Yeah.
So I think we'll just have a separate discussion on that. Does that sort of meet your needs?
But I also want to clarify, I do see that the procurement function that the state agencies have, I see that falling into Principle 3. Like, they're ordering procurement. This needs to align with the procurement cycles that you all are going through commercially and that is taking place in the policy venue. So I see that as sort of implicit. I understand there's a desire to leave the reference to commercial procurement functions. And maybe what you think is if we omit, or if we keep commercial in there, then it omits the policy side of things. Okay. Can we hear from Fernando maybe on, do you see a role for the agencies participating or their procurement orders kind of falling into this as a topic?
Yeah, no, I believe there's a very strong linkage there. Obviously, the CPUC's engagement, and when they start having some kind of an RFO or something that's out there for LLCs to comply with, I just want, I think I don't want to go too deep into, solutions, but I think the whole, what we perceive to be a current misalignment between when certain results are generated and provided to resource developers and when the actual procurement activity takes place. That's the real focus, and I think the principle here does capture that. So we're good from that standpoint, and whether you move the word commercial or keep it in, or that's kind of getting down into the weeds, I think. But the general concept is really important for us to kind of make sure that we evaluate it and consider our options, and potentially down the stream revisit some of the criteria, for example, in terms of what deems a resource to be commercially viable. And all that is already reflective, I think, through the CPUC's involvement, which kicks off that process with some kind of an RFO requirement.
Okay.
All right, so what's the, we have one more to get through. Do we want to cover that one after lunch, or?
Just a little queue management. Do you want to do after lunch?
Everybody's ready for a lunch break? Okay. So what's the plan for lunch? Caitlin?
So we'll come back at 1 p.m. Folks can grab lunch down in the cafe. and we'll be here online.
Okay, so we'll see everybody back here at 1 o'clock. Cafe downstairs, and there's places to eat down there. You're welcome to bring your food up here too if you want to eat. It's up to you guys. So we'll see you all at 1 o'clock.
And this is Bob, real quickly, for those who volunteered to help work on these problem statements.
1 second, guys.
Excuse me, everybody. Kathleen, because I just want to get everybody's attention. Those who are going to work on these foundational issues here during lunchtime, come over here and let's kind of coordinate how we're going to do that. Thank you.
All right, so we had a subgroup come together over lunch. Okay, we're going to get started. Everyone came together at lunch to talk about Principle 2. I think they made some great progress with the help of the Google synonym tool and found a really good solution. So Jason is going to put that up on the screen and maybe read it out too in a moment.
All right, we landed on ensure the meaningful study results that account for system capability, state resource planning, and procurement.
Everyone okay with that? I think you all know what this means since we've talked about it. So this will come back when we get into problems and solutions. Okay.
Good. So good progress.
Yeah.
Sub-teaming, so thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
We do have a hand raised on WebEx.
Okay.
All right, Susan Schneider, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. Another logistical question. Are you going to be at the end of the day posting all of this on the website?
We will post a cleaned up version of this because we're doing a lot in real time and want it to be.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Yeah, okay. If you looked at this right now, it might not be clear to you what we landed on, so we'll clean it up and set it up.
Cleaned up is great. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Let's go to problem statement 4 then, and thanks again to the small group who worked on that over a delicious lunch. Principle 4, sorry. It's like becoming a tick. So enhance the post-study queue management procedures, and we had originally, including the modification request and other processes and project accountability. But essentially here, I think Jason proposed this because what we're trying to say is that for all of the principles, for all of the problems that we explore, there is an interrelationship between what's already in the queue and what's coming into the queue, and we're gonna look at both. And part of that means looking at what's currently in the queue and managing that differently. Rayanne.
When I think about what the principles really are, they should be like objective measures by which we review our solution set to see if they're effective, right? Anything could be considered an enhancement. I don't have a proposal yet for how to change this principle, but I think it needs something more quantifiable to get to like an ideal statement.
Okay.
We do have Keith Ban on WebEx also.
Okay, go ahead.
Keith, go ahead.
Is not currently connected to audio. If, Keith, you're connected on a different device, you may have to press either #2 or *3 to raise your hand. All right.
All right, we might have to come back to Keith.
Kathleen?
Rayanne, question back for you, if you don't mind. What, in your mind, what could we take into account that would bring quantifiable aspects to this, to the queue management?
I mean, so what are you trying to drive towards? Less projects in the queue, less megawatts in the queue, shorter years in the queue? You know, anything that could be quantifiable would be a great place to start. And I see up here, CalCC, probably other commenters too, talking about better understanding the root causes of why projects linger. And I know some of that's subjective, and what you hear from projects may not be exactly what's happening, but getting a better picture of, you know, what you really see in your business unit can help us all opine on the whys and hows of how it gets there and see what solution set.
Yeah, sure. So you'll see tomorrow when we get into the problem statement discussions, we'll have some data set that shows the volume of projects that are in the queue currently, and some rationale and reasoning behind the problem statement. So I think one of the questions is how general can we keep the principle to identify what needs to change and then allow the quantifiable measures to fall within that problem statement.
Would you mind then describing, in your view as the manager, what a post-enhancement queue management portfolio looks like? So like if we had all these enhancements in place and then had time to run them for a year, what does then like your ideal portfolio look like? How many projects with executed GIAs continue to COD, you know?
Yeah, I don't know if there's there's certainly not one answer to that question, right? There's many factors and variables that fall into where projects are at, why they're where they're at, where they should be at, given timing queue. I mean, many factors even to timing queue, right? And so I don't know that there's, well, I don't know. I would even go to the point and say there is not an answer to that question to say, what does the queue management portfolio look like in a good world, right? I think it's what projects are proceeding, which projects are not proceeding as maybe they should be, but what it should be, pretty relative, right? And, you know, what can we do about those projects that just simply are not moving along?
Yeah. I mean, to that end, maybe you're right. Maybe the real discussion here is in the problem statement. I really can't imagine anyone in this room saying that they don't think that the, you know, procedure should be enhanced, and there's not really much to object to beyond that.
Yeah, and if it's the word enhance that you're struggling with, I mean, I think we could use improve, and then there are a variety of metrics, like Jason talked about, that, yeah. Yeah,
I'm just wondering if the statement should be more along the lines of, you know, provide a post-study queue management procedure or process that something.
Addresses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
That's a good suggestion. Do you want to say that again?
So provide a post-study queue management procedure or process, however you want to say it, that does something that
that advances projects in the queue.
Yeah, that advances projects in the queue.
Create more accountability. I think this is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I'd like to suggest maybe we revisit Principle 4 after we have the problem statement discussion. Let's identify the problems, what goals and outcomes we want to see, and then we can tag it on to that afterwards. But I can presume from the CAISO's discussion paper what the CAISO's view of the problem statement is, and therefore what the that should be from the CAISO's perspective. I'm feeling uncomfortable to suggest wording to get towards that, because I'd like us to have the discussion and hear from everyone else what their view of the problem statement is, so that we can get to that. Does that make sense? Can we revisit this one after we talk about what the problems are with the queue procedures? Okay.
I think we can maybe both tomorrow.
Perfect. Yeah. That sounds great. My only other suggestion would be, it may not be just post-study, but also phase 1 to phase 2. I'm not sure how much we want to talk about different, but everything up until this point, we've really zoomed in on up through phase 1 as the main discussions, and so we might have some things in this principle to talk about phase 1 to phase 2 as well. So
that's another suggestion to consider making it more general.
How do other stakeholders feel about circling back to this principle?
Do you have a hand raised on WebEx? Let's go to Keith Ban on WebEx.
Hi, I'm sorry. I think I was disconnected from the call. Again, thank you so much for taking my call. And I wasn't completely sure if this point had been conveyed in the morning session when we were discussing the project megawatt capacity issue. But I just wanted to chime in and say that from the PTO's perspective, the number of IRs matter also. Like for example, one project proposing to interconnect 500 megawatt project at a given point of interconnection is different than 50 projects, 10 megawatts each, proposing to interconnect at the same POI. Some examples being holding 50 scoping results meetings, negotiating and executing 50 GIAs, and even 50 different MMA requests. So I just wanted to point that out, just in case that point was not fully discussed in the morning session. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
Hello, this is Jason with Q Management. Just to highlight a little bit of what we discussed during the lunch session where we improved or came up with principle number 2. So we did discuss the volume of interconnection requests and the megawatt capacity, and we originally had that in that statement and realized that identifying that and limiting that or balancing that or whatever that can happen through the problem statement and ultimately the solutions, but we want to just ensure that all of that combined provides meaningful results at the end of the day, and that's where we landed. So just to summarize your comment.
Okay, thank you.
So it sounds like we can come back to this one.
Yep.
And tweak it or adjust it, but I kind of agree with the statements around it. It feels more like a deliverable than a principle with the word enhance.
All right. Well, with that then, I'll turn it over to Bob. And if you need to raise this, feel free.
So we got through all the principles, right, Danielle?
Okay.
Danielle, so we got through all the principles, right?
Well, actually, good point. There were a couple of extra principles that were proposed.
Yeah, okay.
So we should probably go back to that. My apologies. Sorry, Bob.
Okay.
Just maybe quickly touch on those.
Sorry, if you can put Jason's document back up there. Just a couple more. We added one. I would just want to make sure that the stakeholder comment that came through in writing but isn't in the room today gets some attention. So down to new principles and general feedback on this. We did get suggestions to obviously ensure open access, a suggestion to include a statement in that in addition statement that we should avoid unduly discriminating or avoid preferential treatment. I think we can add that. I think that's a general principle with everything the ISO does, so hopefully you all know that that's implicit. CalCCA suggested a new principle of enhancing the interconnection process's ability to support the pace of procurement necessary to meet the CPUC resource portfolios and the CEC SB100 portfolios to guide the other 4 principles. I think that is also certainly a goal of ours to the extent that it's included in our other principles. You know, I would be curious to hear from stakeholders about whether you think it's sufficiently included in the other principles or if we need it as a standalone. I think we're open to either. And then if you go down just a little bit further, Vistra also made the new principle with which Kathleen described earlier as well around network upgrades and how to fund them. So I'll stop there and see if there's feedback on that or whether anyone in the room wants to propose any new principles that we haven't already discussed. 1 second.
Do you have a hand raised on WebEx as well when you're ready?
Okay, go ahead.
All right, AJ Hall, go ahead on WebEx.
AS Corporation and New Energy Solutions Group. Yeah, just wanted to comment on I think one of the, if you scroll up a little bit on the screen, one of the first new principles about the pace of, Cal CCA's comment here. I think that is not necessarily captured in some of the principles we've talked about. I think we've talked about improvements, but we have not talked about speed or efficiency in any of these principles. And so I think I would just suggest either adding that to one of the 4 or a separate principle that talks about meeting the pace or the need to decarbonize at speed to meet those state goals. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other feedback? Yeah, Kathleen.
Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I just wanted to, on the new principle that Vistra proposed, I feel heard and answered with 1A, so you can feel free to note that our suggested principle has been incorporated in a way that everyone is comfortable with 1A, and I appreciate you mentioning the unduly discriminatory, but I feel asked and answered. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay. Should we discuss the piece about state resource planning and whether we should just adopt that as a new principle? Bob, do you have thoughts on the resource portfolio suggestion, the new principle?
What was it? I guess I'm not following.
Enhance the interconnection process's ability to support the pace of procurement necessary to meet the CPUC resource portfolios and the CEC SB100 portfolios.
Well, I guess I think that's, we have to remember we have a memorandum of understanding, and that is one of the crux of the memorandum of understanding is to work together more effectively to do a number of things, including that. So I don't know that we actually need it as a specific principle. We do talk about meeting state mandates and state requirements and that type of thing. So I guess I personally don't think it's needed, but I don't know what other people think.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Yeah, this is Lauren Carr from Cal CCA. We were the ones that proposed this new principle. I think when we were reading through the 4 that were proposed by the CAISO, we didn't necessarily see this explicitly laid out or fitting within one of those 4. And so we proposed it as kind of an overarching principle that should be included or adhered to with any of the enhancements that we end up looking at or moving forward with. I agree with you, Bob, that it's probably one of the objectives of the Memorandum of Understanding, but I think we just proposed it so it can kind of guide the objectives of what we're trying to do when we're looking at solutions. So we didn't think it was duplicative, but would be open to hearing other perspectives on that.
I'd be particularly curious to hear if there are any concerns with including it, because I think it is, in the spirit of what we're trying to do. And so if there are no concerns with it and it's easier just to say it, then we should just say it.
I think Fernando has a comment.
Yes, Fernando Cornejo, Southern California Edison. I would just reinforce the point that I believe that this is already captured in, if not the letter, the spirit of the MOU. And so I think at the outset, that, the CAISO does a good job here in putting the foundational starting points into the document. But if we want to extrapolate from what's already explicit in the discussion paper to make it a separate principle, I'm not sure that's absolutely necessary.
Okay. I think it probably makes sense just to list it, just to have as one of those many pieces that kind of keeps us moving in the right direction. But Kathleen, maybe.
I was just going to, Kathleen Goldberg from Vistra.
I feel like we've had this conversation 3 times today itself. I understood the feedback when I asked for a separate principle, saying essentially this, using the word align instead, that you feel it is incorporated in the principle with the resource procurement functions. I think now that we've talked about it 3 times, we probably should clarify if it's in that principle or if it's its own, but you did say that you felt it was included in that principle.
You're right.
An
You
hour or
got
so
me on
ago.
that. That's true. It's not my decision, though. I'm just trying to move us toward a decision about which principle we're going to take.
I'm just trying to remind us of our conversation.
You want to take a vote? Straw poll of who wants to include it and who doesn't?
How many, raise of hands, how many people agreed to add it?
Yeah, whether we include a new principle on supporting the pace of procurement to meet the resource portfolios outlined by the PUC and CEC. So, a separate principle, yes. So all in favor are raising their hands?
Can we tweak it first before we all vote on it?
And how would you tweak it?
Would Cal CCA be comfortable if instead of specifically calling out PACE, if we said align or something, or align with procurement necessary? PACE is not the only problem with alignment.
I think the last commenter, though, just said that PACE hasn't been captured anywhere else.
I think that PACE is important, but it's not the only thing. So I think higher level, the principle that we need, let's not be overly prescriptive. You can include, and I don't want to brainstorm everything that needs to be aligned, but PACE is only one of the things that needs to be aligned.
How about just to support the procurement necessary?
I think that's perfect in general.
Lauren, okay?
Is Cal CCA okay with that?
Yeah, I think that's okay, and I think it would include what we're looking for.
Pace and scale, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And processes. Okay. So, all in favor of including this revised new principle as a new principle? Okay, 7. Everyone who thinks we should keep it out and it's implicit in all the other ones? There are a lot of people not voting. Okay. Do we want to just talk about this, have a sidebar on it, and figure out what to do with it?
Yeah.
How to treat it? Okay. Let's move on to problem statements. I think you all know, I think we're all aligned in the direction that this needs to go in, and so how we say things will matter, but we'll get you a cleaned up proposal that you can look at as a whole.
Before we go to the problem statements, can we possibly, I don't have complete clarity on the Vistra proposal or the added principle that we talked about, subscription model or something that they identified for network upgrades and other points of interconnection.
I think, Kathleen, you want to clarify?
Yeah, sure. So we talked through some language. I believe we added, I don't know, Jason, if you want to go back up to 1A. So the subscription model is a solution. So we elevated it to providing a path to identify and provide alternative points of interconnection or upgrades. And the path is incredibly general. So as we get to the problem statements and the solutions, we'll be able to delve into if there's an additional path that's needed or maybe just enhancements to the one we have already, but that is what the group landed on and for a new principle.
It just seems like it's a proposed solution here. I mean, we're trying to get resources interconnecting points outside, presumably outside of the identified priority zones, or I'm not sure if this is necessarily a principle. It looks more towards having additional developers or projects that can be considered for their viability that may not be captured through the priority zones, is the way I read it. And then I further don't completely understand the subscribed model in terms of funding, available funding, how that would come about.
I don't think we've taken the subscriber model proposal in this.
No, not the subscriber PTO, but the reference to quote subscriber here, how do I interpret that? I mean, is there some upfront agreement between a developer and someone that's going to be developing transmission I'm thinking, I don't want to get too far off track here, but kind of like the Trans-West Express model, or what is this?
I think so the proposals that we have provided to date in the stakeholder processes, leverage existing FERC precedent on merchant line investment. And we have already committed to presenting them at one of the upcoming workshops when we get to the solution phase. The principle, and I'll toss it back to Danielle, and so I don't want to steal from this conversation to go too far into it, but I will say if we can put it in the parking lot, Vistra is committed to bringing a presentation kind of describing what we have been workshopping both at the federal, and we've also done it, presented it into the CAISO stakeholder process, but this is something that my entire entity has been workshopping with parties through the FERC NOPR as well. And so we have committed to that presentation, and we're happy to walk through some more examples or details at that time. But as far as the principle, it's super general and what's listed on 1A.
I'm also having difficulty understanding, I mean, if this is in support of Principle 1, how is it supportive of Principle 1 if it's to, in theory, identify potential points of interconnection outside of the priority zones?
And I want to just to be fair, a lot of stakeholders discussed it when we talked about it this morning. So I heard Susan, I heard Dariush, I heard Jasmine, I heard quite a few folks in this room. So I don't need to hog the principle, but I will speak from my perspective is that there's what is in the portfolios, but then there's commercial interest to develop. And there's also state and federal interest to develop new transmission. And so we have a problem where we need to figure out how state funding, federal funding, and commercial investment in the transmission system can have a path forward to invest in that system to ensure that the aggregate transmission capability is sufficient to support the combined interests of the regulatory agencies and the commercial community. And so that's a very general principle that got codified in this way. And I think it was, I can't recall if it was Susan or Dariush who kind of talked about there might be some resources that are outside of these zones that need a pathway into these zones, and how do we identify them? I think we've also talked about offshore wind today. So there's lots of examples of there might be things that don't perfectly fit in that zone that might need to be studied in a different process, and we just want to have a discussion through the problem statement and the solutions on what that path, the best path for those types of things might be.
I think we'll be diving down into that when we get into sort of the problem statement and the solutions, and we'll hear proposals. So Fernando, what is the
I still view this as a proposed solution to a problem, and I don't know if it's in complete alignment. I think as it was prefaced to be in support of Principle 1, we've heard discussions about looking at areas and pockets outside of that where there might be commercial interest. So it's not clear to me, number one, even the description of the quote principle as it reads today is ambiguous. Number two, I think it's more appropriately resides within a solution rather than a principle.
Thanks, Fernando. I think the way that we got to this sub-bullet or sub-principle is because that's what a lot of parties felt would give them comfort with the concept of prioritizing in areas where, you know, they at least want to know that there is a path for other projects. So I think that's part of why we got there, was just to give comfort that we're not closing the door on any new opportunities or zones.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're foreclosing opportunities. I don't think it's that limiting, right? The Principle 1 is just saying this is what we're going to give higher priority and preference to study. If someone else has a project that's viable and strong enough to go ahead and, you know, go outside of that zone, nothing precludes it. It's just not going to get that preferred path to get interconnected, right? So if I've got a project that's exceedingly viable and there's commercial interest and I've got proper funding and financing, I'm going to locate it where I want to, but that's not what we're trying to drive to here, right? I think we're starting off an Interconnection Process Enhancements initiative to look at ways to streamline the process, recognizing we don't want to be anti-competitive, allowing for diverse resources to interconnect to the grid, and allowing for LSCs at the end of the day to have a broad selection of generators to select from. And so I'm going to repeat myself, so I probably should just stop there. I don't believe that this is a principle. I would say that this is more of a proposed solution to a problem that's identified, and it's not supportive of Principle 1.
So let me offer this. Let me just offer this. we can always come back and tweak the principles, right? So once we sort of dive further into problem statement, we may want to revisit the principles and make sure they still make sense and align. So I think maybe let's not get too hung up right now on it, and we can come back and revisit it.
Come talk to you during a break.
All right, we do have a hand raised on WebEx. Ryan Miller, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Ryan Millard from Nextera. I had my hand raised before that last statement, but maybe just to reiterate, I think where I'm at is before we move on from additional proposed principles, my concern is that I want to confirm whether the principle is covered somewhere in the principles you have listed. I think we're open to the way that you list them or the wording of that, but I need to make sure that the concern that we have and what we think is a driving force for some of the reform that we want to explore is listed somewhere in here, because if it's not, then if we propose it later, it's not going to be regarded as something that's applicable or even worth exploring. So I don't quite know where to put that, if that's going to be later, or if there's a chance to revisit, I'm not sure. But it's not clear to me whether the principles as listed encompass what we proposed.
Okay, and I apologize. Can you reiterate what you proposed?
So I kind of touched on this previously, but ultimately I think where Nextera landed is that the existing interconnection process doesn't place a high enough value on the only asset that facilitates interconnection. And that's a major contributing factor to the queue backlog that we're seeing and kind of a driving force behind the reforms we'd like to explore. Nowhere in these principles do we talk about, barriers to entry or cost. Now, I recognize that the details of that are going to be explored in the solutions, but I don't see that as some kind of principle here that is going to be driving, an exploration of those reforms. Maybe that's, okay. I don't know if that's covered in terms of competition. I don't know if it's explicit enough. That's kind of where I'm struggling with.
So this is Bob Everett. I wrote down your statement, so I find value in it, and I think probably, in my thinking anyway, the best place to put that is within the problem statements.
That's great. I'm good with that. I think I just wanted to make sure our concern was covered somehow, somewhere. Thank you.
Okay, and then are there any other questions in the chat? Because I think I also want to read what was proposed in terms of a principle on transparency.
There's no questions at this time.
Okay. So you recall at the beginning of the day, we talked about transparency and making sure that information is accessible and digestible to all of you from the ISO. So Rayanne took a stab at a proposed principle number 5, maybe. Provide public, accessible, plain language information and supporting empirical data specifically geared toward enabling the above principles. I think that is a good start. I think we should take a little feedback, and the ISO may want to just look at it and make sure that we can do that. But do we want to add anything? And I think this should say, I think this, Rayanne, you drafted this kind of implying that the ISO would provide this public accessible plain language data, but I wonder if there needs to be any more information around who's providing data, or how we can have a good exchange of information or things like that too.
Yeah, with Rayanne Quadro, Gridwell Consulting, I think, this principle sort of co-works with whatever problem statements are, but, as a hypothetical, if the CAISO is only accepting study requests in a specific study area, the CAISO needs to identify what study areas those are, which points of interconnection are in those study areas, et cetera, et cetera. And then, there's an element of transparency as well. If it is helpful, maybe to bring up the examples that I sent along with it, to talk about, you know, what that looks like. I think when it comes to transparency and data publishing, the devil is always going to be in the details. And so trying to illustrate what that might look like is helpful, though not necessary for the statement of the principle.
Okay. How do people feel about that principle? Do you want me to? Yes, Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew with QSOs. We talked about that one briefly a little earlier, discussing the commercial viability of projects outside those transmission zones. So I was just wondering, you know, to state that as a principle and to publish that information outright prior to interconnection requests. I was just wondering how that would affect what we spoke about earlier. If you're pushing everybody in one direction, then how do you maximize your possibilities outside of that, in other words?
I think the goal here is to continue to kind of drive interconnection to those zones where there is available transmission capacity, and this information should make that easier for all of you in figuring out where those areas are and where those areas aren't, and where those areas aren't is what's covered in A. So those are the projects outside or additional alternative points of interconnection or upgrades. Does that make sense?
Do you have any hands raised on WebEx?
Okay. Thanks. Go ahead, Caitlin.
All right, Dariush, go ahead.
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me well. We have worked with many developers, both in cluster 14 and 15, and they all, almost all of them, have a focus on wanting to go to areas where transmission capacity is available. So it's not that developers, unless you're, for whatever the reason you are constrained due to a technology to a location, they all wanted to do that. They wanted to go to areas where transmission capacity was available. And I made that point when I was asking at one time that we delay the closing of the window because a lot of folks were trying to see the rules, see the results of the rule changes for cluster 15, wanted to be able, now that transmission upgrades had been announced, to focus their attention and their application to the right places. So the community doesn't just want to make the life of folks at CAISO and PTOs difficult by increasing your workload. The community obviously wants to do projects, but that makes sense and has low interconnection costs. Well, assume, and that should be an assumption that people are going to go in the right direction, and the process should be, to me, that CAISO and PTOs work to limit the number of projects that enter into phase 2 and get serious numbers, to limit them based on some commercial measurement, as opposed to anything that happens up front. I'm going to only allow 50 projects to interconnect the grid. I don't know how that's even possible without creating all kinds of issues. It's not like 50 seats in a plane here. So that's one of the issues I wanted to raise. People really want, so it is natural that people will gravitate to places that CAISO is upgrading the system, and they probably need some hand holding that they've been getting from the consultants or could get from CAISO directly, in which they POIs that benefit from those upgrades. And they are going to gravitate towards those. This is what we have seen. And we probably would have had a lot fewer projects cluster 15 if the issues at cluster 16 was not there, if people had the time to review the impact of all the upgrades, which were only approved in May, in determining where they should focus their interconnection capacity. So we should not go too far in taking draconian actions in order to limit the interconnections, the number of interconnection applications. And developers do not want to cause trouble. They want to make a living and creating jobs at the same time in this state. So that's what the point that I wanted to make sure it was clear that just by CAISO offering what the capacity is, move in that direction. And any limitation should be based on eventually commercial viability of the projects, and should happen at phase 2.
Thanks, Dariush.
Rayan, this is Bob Everett with the ISO. Related to your request for the principle around information, how about if I propose that we go through the problem statement and discuss it, and because I think it may fit there, and if we get through the problem statement and we all agree that no, it really actually does belong as a principle, we can always go back and put it there. But let's talk about it possibly as a problem statement and see where we think it really fits best.
Bob, if you're willing to promise me that all of this will end in more reports and more data accessible to me, I will literally put this in any part of this. I don't care if it's a principle, a problem statement, or a promise.
Okay. Well, I have to admit, I'm not ready to make any promises.
And I think I speak for a lot of people in the room when I say that.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna work on kind of massaging the final details of each of these principles, and we'll move on in this room to the problem statement.
Is it possible to have that, the fifth principle on transparency written up so we can just kind of digest a little bit?
I'll add that as one of the proposals. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay, let's see, this is slide 9. Can we move to slide 10? All right, there we go, thank you. So we're going to get into the problem statements. We'll just be talking about the first problem statement today. The ISO developed a problem statement related to this, and we end up developing these two problem statements really as to really drive what we thought the issues were that really need solutions. And so we developed these related to kind of our way of thinking of what's going on. But we know that we are kind of one aspect of this overall picture, and we're very interested in hearing input from across, you know, the realm of different type of entities and different arenas within the interconnection process. So, you know, specifically we talked earlier, what do procurement entities think? That's a perspective we don't get very often. And, you know, and everybody else, you know, we want to understand your issues and make sure that we find those problems, and we also call them pain points within this, that we really need to understand well enough so that we can address those. So what I developed was a document that I went into that specific comment template for, I think it was question number 2, related to your input on the problem statement number 1, which is the intake of new interconnection requests. And I don't know, maybe we ought to move to the next slide, and that actually, excuse me, the next slide doesn't show that yet. Excuse me. But we're very interested in getting input. So what we'll end up showing is a document that is our attempt to summarize the comments on our problem statement, trying to not have duplicate comments. So we put in there both what the kind of a summary of the suggested edit would be, as well as the entity or entities that actually provided that input. So we'll be going under that, and we'll just kind of work our way through those. And And even if you didn't provide comments, feel free that now is the time to bring forth any ideas and thoughts you have related to additions to the problem statement. I think the next slide, if we go to the next slide, I don't know that we need to go over this really. I think we've discussed this pretty well. We were wanting to make sure that everybody really understood that kind of are thinking why we really need to go through some of, this whole process. And I think we've really discussed those first two bullets. I did want to add, just speak on this third bullet, because I saw a lot of comments related to this, that, if we could just keep all of the interconnection requests that we received in cluster 15 and just add more people, be more efficient, we can work our way through that and actually study the whole, all the projects that we received. And from our perspective, and we've discussed it a lot today, but just to kind of recap, it's not just a matter of enough people to actually study 550 projects. It's that if you have that many projects, the results that you get, and it's been, I think, pretty well recognized, are results that don't allow either the developer or the procurement entity to make decisions on, is this a valid project or not? And so it's not just a matter of people, it's also a matter of the results that come out of the reports. And I think another point that I just wanted to make is, while we could add more people, at some point, more people doesn't solve the problem. I'm a person that likes analogies, and I thought about an analogy for this, that if I brought my car in to have some maintenance done, and they're going to do preventative maintenance, so they're going to rotate my tires, they're going to replace my air filters, they're going to change the oil and some of those type of things. They may put one person on it, and they say, okay, come back at 5 o'clock, and I give it to them at 8 o'clock. I go, no, I want it by noon. Add more people. Well, they could add more people and maybe get it done by noon. But then it's like, no, I want it in an hour. Well, you can't put 20 people on a car to rotate tires and to change air filters. It just doesn't work. It's kind of the same principle to a certain extent within the study work that goes on, is you just can't add more people doing to a study area to where you're actually going to speed it up. So there may be some ways to add more people, but I don't know that we see it, and I know that there is a limited number of people within the industry, and I think they're all represented within these various groups right here, so we don't know if that's really going to be a solution, but I just wanted to throw that out. Still open to talk about that as a solution. We don't want to take anything off the table, but just kind of wanted to make some of these points before we get into the problem statement. So let's, Jason, I think that's the next step, is to go into the problem statements. Yeah.
Jason, are you working on pulling up that Word document? I can hand over the presenter rights to you. All right, perfect.
Okay. So at the very top of this document is the existing problem statement. And rather than try to just kind of really go through the words of this problem statement, I did, for our problem statement, as well as everybody else's, their comments, I put it into kind of bullet type points related to what are the key issues related to this. And we call it both problem and pain points. So from your perspective, we're really wanting to understand all the things we've been discussing today. So while we've worked through the principles, now it's time to really get into, identifying problems that need to be solved. So from the ISO's perspective, we have a massive increase in interconnection requests that has overwhelmed the GetApp process. The GetApp, the generation and interconnection and deliverability allocation procedures were not designed to actually handle the amount of interconnection requests that we're receiving right now. So while it worked great for a number of years, it's not working great in today's environment. So that is a problem that we need to address. The increase in interconnection requests has overwhelmed the critical planning and engineering resources across the industry. So I just spoke to that. So I think from our perspective, that's pretty self-evident that it's overwhelmed what we can actually do with the people we have and the tools we have and so forth. There's lots of ways you can consider addressing that type of thing, so we won't really go into that, but that is definitely a problem that needs to be addressed. And the GitApp as currently designed simply cannot effectively accommodate the increased amount of IRs. If we had to do validation, scoping meetings to accommodate all 550 interconnection requests, that would probably take a good 6 months or if not longer. I don't know, I haven't tried to estimate the time. Nobody wants to add more time to this process. I'm sure you as developers don't want to add more time. The people procuring want to see resources coming through and be ready to go into their procurement proceedings. And we need to get 7,000 megawatts on a year, so we can't really afford to add more time. So we think that's an issue that is pretty important for us to address. So those were our thoughts. Let's go down, and Jason, if you can work through. Yeah, do we need to stop and ask for questions? I see something just came up on the chat.
Yeah, I think that'd be good. See if there's any reaction to the room. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Let me read that question in the chat from David McMillan with Megawatt Storage Farms. How many interconnect requests would vanish if the queue wasn't so long? In other words, how many are there simply due to queue length for cluster 15 and fears about timing of cluster 16?
I think you have some stats you're going to be going over, right?
Well, yeah, we do have some information, but I can't answer that question. It's really a question for the developers to answer. And I don't know if even developers can fully answer that question. So, you know, granted, we can debate if when we opened cluster 15, if we really thought it was going to be on schedule and we didn't kind of put out a signal that, well, cluster 15 may be longer than we anticipated, and because of that, people are concerned, well, gosh, I better get my cluster 16 project in there as quickly as possible, or something as close to it. How much of that went on? I'm sure some. How much? I don't know. And so even if we cut the 550 in half, that's still too much for us to be able to study in a time frame that I think everybody wants us to adhere to. So I don't know if I can answer the question any better than that. And Rayanne, I see I don't know if there was anything else online before we jump back to the room.
No, that was it online.
Okay, Rayanne.
Thanks, Bob. Rayanne Quadro, Gridwell Consulting. I don't see a problem with problem statement number 1, but I do think that there's probably additional problem statements that should be addressed in our comments for EDF, as well as some other comments I know. We talked about it's not just the interconnection request, but the study process itself.
But we have those all coming up. You know that we've got those all coming up. All of your comments will be going over?
Yeah, well, you're asked for different problem statements though, right? Is this not your only problem statement?
This is the start of the problem statement, and we're looking for additional input, which we'll be going over. Yeah, so why don't we go on down to the next section? Because this were the ISO points. So now we're getting into stakeholder input on this. So is this what you're referring to?
Yeah, I guess I'm not understanding what you're asking for.
So I think the first thing is there's 2 main problem statements, right?
Well, I think what you're asking for is what are we going to do here? And so what I'm hoping for is we'll go through these suggested problem statements from stakeholders. We'll open the floor up for anybody else who wants to add to them. And we need to come to a conclusion. Are these valid problem statements to add to our problem statement?
So you want to end this exercise with a redesigned problem statement?
That's correct.
For the GitApp? Okay.
That's correct.
Probably moving on to stakeholder comments is the right thing to do then.
Yes. So as I think about this, you know, we had this nice long paragraph of a problem statement. I think we probably will end up something a little bit different, where we end up with a number of bullet points, because we could wordsmith a problem statement forever to try to fit all of everybody's thoughts on this. So what I'd like to do at this point is to go through this comment by comment You can see here the source of these comments, and so, you know, like the first one, there's a number of entities provided either a component of that or something very similar to that that really was getting to the same point, at least in my view. As you read this, if you're one of the entities that provided this comment and you think it doesn't fully address your concern, please speak to that. So let's go, just start off with this first comment of study results lose accuracy, meaning, and utility when the amounts of interconnection request capacity are multiple times the existing or planned transmission capacity for an area. So we've actually talked about that quite a bit. And so we think this is really part of the problem more than, you know, even though it's got a bit of a component within the foundational issues. I think this gets to addressing some of the problems that we want to make sure that we solve. Does this specific item actually make it up to a point within the problem statement?
Bear with me for 1 second. I'm going to try and get the problem statement on the screen so that we can view. You want to get the original problem statement up there? That's what I'm trying to do, but I want to get them together. Okay, so while Jason's doing that, we can see what's up there. Nope, we just lost it. Okay, there we go. Although I'm not sure what's on the bottom. Okay. Problem statement on the bottom. Okay. So what are our thoughts on this particular one? Is this an item that needs to be explicitly in the problem statement? We do have it, again, somewhat in the principles.
I'll motion for including it in the problem statement.
Any concerns with that? Okay, let's move down to the next one. High number of project withdrawals and changes within a cluster undermine the relevance of each iterative study. Kind of the nature of the way the GitApp was designed is that you get a large number of projects coming into phase 1, and then typically you get a pretty significant withdrawal rate after phase 1 going into phase 2, and then another significant withdrawal rate after phase 2 when it comes time to posting. Does that process actually cause problems for the overall interconnection study work?
Maybe I can just ask a question, Bob. If your set of if your interconnection intake is, you know, a more viable solution set or more viable pool, would the number of withdrawals just naturally diminish? Does that question make sense?
Rayanne Quadro, Gridwell. I'm not sure that's where that statement goes, Joanne. I think that statement is just a matter of fact, based on how the GitApp works, as Bob explained, not so much appropriate in the problem statement. It just lends to reason based on how the procedure is designed, that that's what happens if a particular cluster is loaded.
Do you have a hand up from Darius online?
Okay, go ahead, Darius.
If the goal of that problem statement by AE, Advanced Energy, is to support your proposal and almost everybody's concurrence that your studies should be limited to a reasonable number of megawatts in each area. I have no issues with that problem statement, because if you study and provide interconnection cost items based on reasonable number of megawatts in each zone, you should basically immune yourself from these issue of withdrawals. In withdrawals, by the way, in the past, the process in this state has worked with withdrawals in the past. Now, it's the overwhelming of the number of interconnection requests that has caused an issue, and the discussion of withdrawals is not helping anything. We need to solve the problem fundamentally, and you have a good proposal to do that, and that is to study based on a reasonable amount of megawatts. And I don't think the issue of withdrawals matter under the circumstances. You just and making sure that certain number of megawatts enter phase 2 based on commercial scoring will take care of withdrawals in a maybe a forcible fashion anyway. So I'm not sure this is an issue anymore. If it's here to justify your plans, you might as well, you can choose to keep it. I don't think it's adding it.
Okay, so if I understood you correctly, Dariush, and you were fading in and out, so I'm not absolutely sure I did. I believe you're saying you don't believe this belongs in the problem statement.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, you mentioned a few times proposals. We don't have any proposals on the table at this point in time. We do have some principles that we've worked on, and we're working on the problem statement, but we're not at the point where we have any proposals. Okay, let's go down to the next one. The scale and location and operational characteristics of the project seeking interconnection may not match the needs identified to the state and ISO planning process, rendering state and ISO plans obsolete and ineffective. That's from or Advanced Energy United. I don't know if hopefully we captured that correctly. What do people think about this? Is this something that is a big enough problem that we need to address by putting it into the problem statement? And I might suggest, not hearing any comments yet, that some of the principles we put together do address this to some extent.
Do you have Eddie online?
Go ahead, Eddie.
Yes, I tried to bring this up earlier this morning, and trying to have some sort of goal in terms of reliability. That's the objective of the ISO, is to keep reliability. We need a better definition of, well, how much renewable energy can the Cal ISO grid take? Very simple questions. Can 50%, 60%, 90%, 100%? And at what stages do different problems develop? I think that's the kind of information I'm looking, and from there, then we can drive down and further develop, what problems are we going to be facing, and how to deal with it, and how to resolve it in a timely and cost-effective manner. That's it.
So do you have a specific problem statement you'd like to add to this list?
I would like the problem statement to be encompassing all the problems. Okay, we can't, on a problem statement, you can't put everything in there. You need general statements on the problem that could later be extended to define solutions that fall under that problem. Right now, we're trying to look at different ideas here that may or may not be a visionary kind of statement. We have a general problem that we want to define, and putting a lot of specific situations in it may not work. I don't know if I'm making sense to you.
Okay, well, I think I understand what you're saying. I guess if you could hold that thought, and when we get, what I'd like to propose is to continue down this list, figuring out what of these components people agree that this is a big enough problem to consider in the problem statement. Then once we get to the point of actually revising the problem statement, we'll have your thought in mind to where we don't want to have kind of a shotgun approach where we've got problems all over the place, but we want to make sure that we capture everything that is important enough that needs to be brought into the solutions that we seek to develop.
Yeah, and my point is, can the problem statement extend its definition to all these ideas that are coming from the stakeholders?
Our intent was that it could. Do people have a different opinion of this?
Bob? So Fernando Cornell, Southern California Edison. I'm a little confused by the way the question is framed. It's the way I understand the question the gentleman's asking is, how much renewable resources can the CAISO system accommodate? I think that's putting the cart in front of the horse, right? The CAISO looks at what the resource portfolios that are provided by the PUC to build a transmission system to interconnect those resources in the particular zones that it's seeking those resources for. So it's... Okay,
there's some clarity there that I missed, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, so I don't know if his question is... I'm not understanding this question as stated.
If I can explain my question, and that is that as you add more renewables, you need more transmission capacity, and the cost of building that new transmission capacity goes higher and higher. How do you create a balance where viable projects can be developed, economically viable projects can be developed within the cost and zones that the ISO defines?
Neil, do you want to address that?
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Yes, it's Neil here with the ISO. I wanted to jump in just because, and I think I tried to touch on this morning, but perhaps not too effectively. We totally agree that the overall concern of what's the resource fleet need to look like in the future, and are all the other processes aligned to actually produce that resource fleet, those are critical and they need to be properly coordinated. We do see the role of the overall resource planner falling to the state agencies, and that's informed with transmission information about the transmission implications of getting to that higher volume of renewable generation. And then within other planning processes, the viability of that overall fleet is tested, both in our transmission planning process, as well as in the resource adequacy analysis that we do in support of the state's IRP process, where we're doing production cost modeling, looking at frequency response issues, modeling concerns, both in the integrated resource planning as well as our transmission planning process. So what we were seeing here, and I think the concern though kind of ties to what we were talking about needing the linkages between the resource planning, transmission planning to support it, interconnection processes that support those resources getting connected, but they also have to actually be procured. And if the type of resources that are actually getting contracts are wildly different than the resource planning conducted by the state agencies, that's a real concern. But that's something we see monitoring, and I would say we don't see a shortage of any of the type of needed resources in the queue. We're more in a case of what are we doing with an overabundance of the different types of resources that are ultimately going to be needed. and how do we sort out which of those are moving forward and focus getting those connected. Collectively, I don't mean just as the ISO in the interconnection process. So we do see that overall optimization being necessary. We also certainly see the study work needing to make sure that that future resource fleet can be operated effectively and reliably. But I don't see that as that resource planning being a function of the interconnection process itself. That's something that we test as new resources are coming online. Are we on track with achieving the portfolios set out from in the resource planning process? And that's where I think tracking the earlier comments about is the interconnection process actually supportive of achieving those resource planning goals? That is a very important consideration. But I struggle with trying to bake that into the interconnection process, the resource planning analysis being part of the interconnection process.
All right, thank you, Neil.
I do have a hand raised on WebEx. Habib?
Again, just want to thank the ISO again for this great, working group session, and really hoping that we're going to see a lot of great changes come through all those efforts. One thing, just wanted to kind of bring back a question that came earlier from, I believe it was the lady from EDF, regarding the study process itself. It seems like the ISO have a lot of great problem statement and ideas around the intake and how to kind of manage the Q post studies. But it almost seems like maybe we need to have a little bit more discussion around the study process itself, right? Do we still need a phase 1, a phase 2, a reassessment? It almost seems like we kind of need to look at also the different phases of the studies. So I was just wondering, where will that fall? Will that fall under problem statement 1 or 2 that you already have, or will that be something totally different?
Well, frankly, my perspective is what you just described is more in the solution side of things. We have a process that is phase 1, phase 2, study process, reassessment. I don't want to be in a situation where we say that is how we're moving forward. I think it's a strong candidate for us continuing that process, but I think there are at least opportunities to consider something different. And I don't want to presuppose anything at the very beginning of the process that we're going to maintain that existing process moving forward. Again, it's proven successful, and we think that it's got a lot of strong viability for continuing in what we think are probably likely solutions moving forward. But again, I don't want to necessarily presuppose that at this point. So getting back to this statement at the very beginning, it talks about the scale, location, and operational characteristics of projects coming into the queue. I think the scale, I'll just kind of give you some of my personal opinions. The scale is going to play out hopefully as procurement goes on. Developers will understand what is actually being procured. Can a 1,000-megawatt project that's not offshore wind, is that something that's a viable project in the procurement proceedings that goes on with the various load serving entities? So I think I would hope would be kind of a self-healing issue over time. The location, we've addressed the location related to transmission planning. That's in our principles, and we've also addressed the possibility for projects going to other locations to where we just don't close the door on open access. Operational characteristics, that comes out of the PUC, and as well as non-jurisdictional entities know what they want to procure, and the load serving entities that are in the procurement process are going to be putting out what they want to procure. So I don't know that, from my perspective, that the interconnection process should dictate any of those things beyond what we've already decided to at least address within the principles. Does anybody disagree with that? Okay.
Fernando Cornell with Southern California Edison. I'm just not clear if that would make the process obsolete, the fact that your projects that are being submitted that don't comply or are within the boundaries of the priority zones, that is one of the overarching principles, why that makes the plan obsolete. I mean, the plan's effective. It doesn't disregard, you know, the variances or situations where folks may have an outlier project, but the core processes, I think, are still remain and are effective.
And I think that's a component of competition as well, where something that's outside of what's actually been recommended may be something that's good.
I would agree with those statements.
So at this point, I think, why don't we strike this one out? Hopefully everybody's okay with that. Okay, all right. Okay, the next one, weak linkage between the state policy and reliability goals and interconnection priority. You're moving this on me, Jason. And interconnection priority frustrates the effective implementation of planning and programs at the CEC, CPUC, and ISO, potentially impacting reliability, economic, and policy objectives. I don't know if that's a problem or not. Who's here with Advanced Energy United that might want to speak to this a little bit more than maybe I could portray it? Does anybody see this as a problem? Lots of silence this afternoon. Does everybody need a trip to the coffee pot? All right, well, I won't belabor the point. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, GetApp must be revised to accommodate the increased volume of requests that must be completed to successfully achieve the resource build-out necessary by 2045 and to support SB 100 targets. That's very similar to one of the principles that was suggested to be added. Is it necessary to have that in the problem statement?
Bob, this is Lauren Carr from Cal CCA. I think the problem statement as written by CAISO covers what we're trying to get at, which is meeting the accelerated cadence of resource development needed by the state. So I think we support the problem statement that the CAISO put forward, and I don't know that it needs to be modified based upon this comment.
Okay, well, thank you, Lauren. Any other thoughts on that before we move on? Okay, too many IR submitted do not meet resource operational characteristics and geographic locations consistent with the resource planning conducted by the CEC and the CPUC. Frankly, from the interconnection group side of things, we don't necessarily look at this, look at the portfolio, look at what we're getting for interconnection requests and try to determine, are we getting the right type of projects? I wonder if any load-serving entities are here, if they see this as a problem. Or any procurement entities, maybe stated that way. Okay, last call.
I was just going to say from an LSE perspective, this is Lauren Carr from Cal CCA again. I think some of the transparency enhancements that we talked about earlier could help with this by informing which ones are consistent with planning conducted by the CEC and the CPUC, and which ones align with the transmission zones. So I think more transparency is probably something that could help with this.
So I will say that I believe the fact that we're developing a transmission plan and working on the zones, that we definitely have a role to play on location and amounts of capacity available. But when it comes down to the resource types and their operational characteristics, I know it's not my group. I don't know, Neil, if your team would be involved in reviewing this at all, but I'm not sure it's an ISO issue that we should be taking on. Are we meeting or are what we're receiving meeting the CEC and CPUC kind of mandates or direction?
It'll work for a while? Okay. So it's Neil here from the ISO. I think the part I was just struggling with this question is that, or this concern, was that we're getting a huge volume of just about every resource type, and we do need resource diversity. The CPUC portfolios call for diversity. So it seems like this is where I struggle with the concept of the IRs themselves not meeting our operational characteristics. There are very few resources applying that couldn't play a role. The question is how much of that type of resource is needed. But maybe I'm missing the point on what operational characteristics we're not taking into account, or what that means.
Igor Greenberg from PG&E. So I'll make a general comment. I think this issue identified could be consolidated with the weak linkage between planning. And I'll note, the last IRP procurement order had 1,000 megawatts of firm load. That has a capacity factor, I think, of like 75% or something. I forget. And so, like, that's just one example, potentially, where the CPUC is starting to order procurement of certain resources that have operational characteristics that are pretty defined, and future orders could do that. So I don't know if that's where this comment is coming from. I don't have a position on it, but that's just an example, potentially, of what they're referring to.
And I would think that the procurement entities would know what they want to procure. At this point, as Neil said, there's plenty of resource diversity to choose from. I would, not being involved in the request for offer process that the load serving entities do, we don't necessarily keep a close eye on that, but I would assume that those processes dictate what they're looking to procure and are open enough to procure something that might be outside of it to where people can at least propose projects. So I don't see anything that we do within the interconnection process as actually having a role to play within this. Does anybody disagree with that?
I have a question. How does the location identified by CEC, CPUC align with our zones that we talked about in Principle 1? Hopefully they are aligned, because we're saying connect to those interconnection zones. Then if projects are connecting to those zones, then hopefully they're then meeting the LSE obligation for resource planning, right? I'm thinking they should connect, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good point, that if the portfolio asks for geothermal, that geothermal, we know where it's located, and it's in the portfolio that way. If it's looking for offshore wind, same thing plays out. Other types of resources, wind and solar, they have specific areas. Storage can go just about anywhere. So I would think the portfolios would handle this, at least for the jurisdictional entities. For those who are non-jurisdictional, they have a little bit more leeway, but still the portfolios do provide guidance on what might be the best locations for those resources. So unless I hear a reason not to, let's go ahead and strike this one.
So Bob, I know we were planning on taking a break. Is this a good time to take a break, or?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Point?
I see there's those cookies over there in the corner, and
yep.
So people may be interested in that more than listening to me. So
exactly.
Let's take how long a break do you want to do?
So let's do a 10-minute break, come back at 2:45, and yes, there's sugar over there to help keep the energy up, so enjoy.
All right, well, let's get back to this. See a few missing chairs, but I think we need to keep going here. So, the next item here, and just to let you know, since there are a few people not here, give them a minute. I think what we're going to do here is, since we're going through this pretty quickly, is we're going to take the items that still are left standing after this discussion, and we'll work through and develop a new problem statement and present that in the morning. I think Danielle will do the same thing for her principles. And so we'll kind of take the input that we got today, rather than try to regurgitate it right now. It might cause more discussion. Let's give us a chance to work through those and represent those in the morning. See if we can get final buy-off on those. So the next one is, the GitApp does not adequately require high-quality IRs needed to meet state policy and reliability needs. So I think as I read this statement, you know, eventually, I think every IR has the potential to meet the reliability needs of state policy. But are they high enough quality to meet the needs in a timely basis? You know, that's kind of how I would read this statement. Is this a big enough of an issue that actually needs to be in the problem statement? I mean, I think a bit of what we discussed earlier is we're going to be, to a degree, prioritizing projects and doing things to try to figure out how we're going to study the right amount of projects. I don't know if we need an additional statement within the problem statement to this degree, but does anybody disagree with that? Okay, let's move on. There is an increasing mismatch between requests for interconnection and the resources dedicated to processing those requests. That's something I touched on before getting into this, and so you know my opinion on this. What's all your opinion? Is this something that we need to have in the problem statement? Okay, let's move on to the next. Lack of accurate, actionable information as to where interconnection capacity and deliverability exists prior to opening the interconnection request window results in increased number of IRs. I think we've discussed that pretty thoroughly, and so we've even got an item for that's a principle related to this. So I don't think it's needed in the problem statement unless somebody thinks otherwise. Go ahead, Jenny.
Hi, Jenny Mueller, Youth Consulting. So, like, I think the problem statement right now, we can't fit all this in because we're overwhelmed. Even if we did, and the bullet point underneath that is, even if we did, the results wouldn't be helpful. So I think those are both very ISO-centric problems. And so I think even though we did kind of cover some of this in the principles, I think it might be good to have in the problem statement something about the need for information, which is a developer-centric problem. Like, the first two points are very much like, these are the ISO-centric issues. But I think in order to fix those problems, we want to make sure that what happens is, like, because you can fix 1 and 2. You can fix that you can't do all of this because you're overwhelmed, and you can fix that the results wouldn't be helpful by just not doing the studies. So we need something in the problem statement that is aimed at informing developer, like, so that you fix the problem from the developer side as well. Like, and I think that bullet point, I mean, I don't know if it's like perfect, but I think it does, you know, that you have to have in the problem that you also, as the ISO, agree that from a developer perspective, there's a lack of accurate information getting disseminated to us to, you know, because we all kind of think that we were doing that already, and so there is a problem there.
Okay.
That's good feedback.
Other thoughts?
Yeah. mean, we do want to, I mean, part of this exercise is to make sure that we are solving the problem that you all believe is part of the problem, right? Yeah, not just from our perspective.
Because like I said, you could fix those other two things without disseminating any more information, and then where are we really, like, we fixed those problems, but I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a good point. We have heard a lot of dialogue related to this, so I'll take my thoughts back and say, yeah, let's go ahead and put it in the problem statement. Any other thoughts on this one? Language seems okay, close enough anyway at this point. Okay, next one, interconnection request is queue is overburdened with non-viable projects due to gaps in the current interconnection process. And when I pulled this in, I looked again to try to figure out if they, Nextera, if they actually identified what the gaps were, and I didn't see it. So I don't know if there's someone here from Nextera that might want to speak to this to bring a little clarity to this.
Do you have Ryan Millard on the line?
Yeah, this is Ryan from Nextera. Can you hear me okay?
If you would speak up a little bit, that might be helpful.
How about now? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think this kind of dovetails into the previous comment. I mean, ultimately, it needs to drive developers toward internalizing the viability of their project relative to its costs, but also allow developers to make more informed decisions to stay in the queue or withdraw earlier in the process. There really isn't a high enough bar here. It's kind of a quality control issue that's partly driven by low costs, but also inefficiencies in the process. Now, I'm hesitant to go into the details of that, because then I think we're getting into you know, the details that need to be driven through reform solutions. So I think we touched on it in our comments, but that kind of is the major point here, and where we would want to see this reflective in the problem statement. I think we've talked about this, but let me know if that's not clear enough.
Well, let me make a suggestion here. Jason is going to be going over the queue management problem statement. And to me, this seems like it fits there better than it might here. Would you agree with that enough to defer discussion of this item to Jason's problem statement?
I think it's applicable there, but I'm also thinking that it's partly why you have such an influx in requests. So it's not totally unrelated to this problem statement either. I mean, the management of the queue are those projects that are already in the queue, but there's something driving, you know, the influx of requests that needs to be reflected in the problem statement, I think.
So related to the project input into the process, are you thinking we need to have some sort of a problem statement related to we need increased viability, or that the viability of projects coming into the interconnection request process is not appropriate or too low and overburdening the overall process, something to that effect?
Yeah, I think so. And I'm sorry, I apologize. My brain doesn't work in principle mode or problem statement mode, so this is a little different for me. I want to go straight into solutions, and that's not the stage that we're in. But can you go back up a little bit on the problem statement? I'm not seeing it on my screen. I just see the bullet points.
Let's see. Yeah, I've got 2 of the 3 bullets. So what are other people's thoughts on this? Do we need to have something in the problem statement related to the viability of projects coming into the queue?
Hi, this is Aisha Bari from Recurrent Energy. So I have a question on viability. What do we mean by a viable project when it's entering the IRQ? Like, what things does the group feel a project needs to have to be qualified as viable when it is entering an IR, where it has no visibility to what kind of network upgrades it will see? Is it just having site exclusivity, or are there more things that a project needs to have to be called viable?
So let me take your question this direction. I think it's a good question that we need to ask as we get into the solutions. So it leads me to think, if we have that question, that maybe we need something in the problem statement that does make sure we address it by saying something to the effect of too many non-viable projects are entering the queue or in the interconnection process. Something to that effect. What are people's thoughts on that?
Do you have a hand raised on the line?
Okay, let's go ahead and go with that.
Eddie, go ahead.
Eddie Dadashti from Parse Energy. I can give you a specific example. I think this statement could fall under the transparency principle that I think you guys are considering about adding it. And let me give you a specific example. There are some substations, say at PG&E, that are 115 kV and normally would fall under Cal ISO control, but there are some exceptions. And we submitted a non-viable application because it turned out that particular substation was under PG&E's own control. And we've asked the ISO several times to give us a list of the exceptions. Unsuccessfully, we never got it. So this has happened probably in the past 10 years, 2 or 3 times. So I think transparency would definitely help, reduce the number of unviable interconnection requests.
Bless you.
Okay. Yeah, I would, well, is there another, go ahead.
Yeah, another hand raised from Dariush online. Go ahead.
I'm always amazed at folks that want everything to be viable before you enter the queue. The process of interconnection is all about determining, from an interconnection standpoint, what the project is for. Unless you go to a scoping meeting, unless there's a ton of advanced information about every substation in the system and so on. People submit an application, they go through the scoping meeting, then they see the phase 1 results, which hopefully, based on your new ideas, will be meaningful numbers. Then the viability of the project becomes determined. I don't know who is the judge to say at the very beginning, you should not show up. Don't bother me or something with an interconnection application. Now, and people don't have just money to burn. Going through interconnection application costs a lot of money. So I think these issues have to be sorting themselves out between phase 1 and phase 2. And at that time, maybe CAISO will put together a list of viability criteria, as it has for TPD allocation, to see which projects wants to go, should go, or can go between phase 1 and phase 2. These type of general statements are meaningless as far as I'm concerned.
Rayanne, did you have something you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think we all have a general understanding of what viable means, which means able to proceed to commercial operation, right? And so the question then becomes, what are the criteria that we collectively agree are appropriate to evaluate for viability? That's not something we come up with in the problem statement. That's something we come up with in the solution set. So, I think we include the statement if we collectively agree that we should increase the number of viable projects entering the interconnection request. If we come to a point later where we can't figure out what a viable interconnection request looks like before it's gone through a phase 1 study process, then that's fine. But we don't know that now. We're hoping we can identify that criteria in the next step, right?
Yep. Kathleen?
Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. And I think there's a different way to ask this question or think about it too, which is, perhaps the problem is developers are submitting interconnection requests into the interconnection process because they don't know if it's viable. And so it's using the study process to test for viability. And I think that there is a question on if that is appropriate. I actually heard Dario say, I think it is appropriate. You know, we all have our positions and opinions on that. My personal opinion is that no, it's not appropriate. It's the cluster process. You should have a sense that you are viable when you enter the process. In my own personal opinion, differing minds can disagree, but that is why I think the transparency and making that information available beforehand is so important. And I do think it's the development community's responsibility to do our due diligence to identify projects we believe are viable, and then I totally agree down the road we can get into debates, but there should be some belief it's viable and not just submitting it in to test. But I think that part of what this is getting at is it appropriate to use the cluster process to test for viability if you're not otherwise able to identify if it's viable?
And I tend to think there's different categories of viability. You know, what the interconnection process determines, is it viable using a particular point of interconnection? As a developer, I would hope you'd look at, okay, is my location that I want to put this, and then choose a POI. Is that a viable location? Hopefully you're able to answer that. Okay, there's land. I've got right-of-way for my Gentai. That's viable. You know, so there's only a certain amount of viability you can know before you enter the queue, and then there's a big component that you can't know until it's studied. I guess the hard part is, what role do we play in that? I know that, not to get into solutions, but just to kind of throw it out, is, you know, within concept 1, we threw out something where we have this matrix to try to determine which are the best projects to study. It's kind of a viability test. So there's a way to possibly look at that, but it's something that we'd all have to work through as defining what is viability, what portion of viability do we want to test, and what are the components of that. But I want to go to Jenny. She was next. Oh, you got your thing sideways there. Your name tag is. That's my signal that you're interested.
Bob,
Okay.
can I just follow up real quick? And I think another question that I'd hope we'd add to the bullet is, what is the purpose of the cluster study process? What do we believe is the purpose of the cluster study process versus potentially other studies that could provide the types of information that some projects are looking for? That would be a good question and problem statement to add as a discussion on what is the cluster study for versus potentially like a feasibility study or a viability study that you're doing in other places.
Okay, I'm really tempted to say, well, I know what the purpose of the studies are. However, it's in my mind, let me just test this. Are you saying, should we draw some distinction on what's truly appropriate for an interconnection request coming into the process, such as, I want to develop 500 megawatts of storage. I don't know the best place to locate, so I'm going to put in 2,000 megawatts of storage into the cluster 16 in hopes of finding which is the most viable location. Is that appropriate?
Rayanne Quadro, Gridwell Consulting. I literally cannot wait to have that specific conversation, but that's a solution set item, right?
That's right.
CAISO's already in the business of identifying whether or not a project's viable. We already have TPD allocation criteria. We already have commercial viability criteria. They're not so much anymore, right? So the question is, can we develop criteria at the front end, at the interconnection request phase, that is going to indicate that a project's commercially viable. Dariush is saying probably not.
So let me ask,
Because you need study results to do that. I'm thinking if the cluster study process is 3 years long, probably not, because how much activity can you really do before, 3 years in advance, right?
so the question becomes, do we turn that into a problem statement that the ISO process needs a process to determine if a project is viable at the front end?
But there's no room for discussion at this point about what that viability criteria might be, trying to narrow us down to progress.
Agreed. But is it needed in the problem statement so that we are forced to grapple with that? We're probably going to grapple with it anyway.
I think, yeah. I think that I'm hearing a lot about criteria, and so this is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. We have struggled with this internally, what criteria. So I don't want to leave off the table of solutions, incentives, and opt-ins and self-policing, because there is a lot of upfront decisions that can be made. So like in that example that you gave, let's say that there are 500, you want to build a 500 megawatt project. I've sent 10 interconnection requests into the queue to get some kind of information out of the process. The problem that I'm putting forward that I think the viability is getting at is if you had looked at that and said, I believe all 10 are viable, all 10 have a path to commercial operations, then totally legit cluster study, right? But if what they're saying is, I don't know if any of these are viable in the location or the size or any, so I just want some indication on which of these to kind of pursue more seriously, to go out and secure the site control, et cetera, et cetera. Like maybe that is what this is being used for. I don't know, and that's one of the conversations I'm hoping to have is why submit 10, 20 projects? What information are you getting from the cluster study that you're then acting on and why? And so all I'm suggesting is the problem statement is the CAISO doesn't provide today a feasibility study process. You have to enter the cluster. So this is the only path for that information. And maybe so a problem statement is other markets do provide an option to do a feasibility study to get you not a set of criteria, but to study and provide you very quickly what that feasibility of the set of projects you would like to be studied in a much more condensed, higher level process that takes 1 to 3 months.
Do you have a couple hands up on WebEx?
Okay, let's go ahead and
let's go to Susan Schneider.
Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I wanted to say that LSA as a group has a very strong feeling that if you will put more emphasis on site exclusivity and or site control, that will go a long way toward restricting or discouraging non-viable submittals. And I know the in lieu deposit did go up this last time, but if you've got you probably don't have 18,000 megawatts worth of land around any particular substation. I mean, maybe you do, I don't know, in some areas, but that seems somewhat unlikely. And so that will by itself restrict the submittal of multiple, for example, multiple submittals for the same land. So you will have some culling of the self-culling even of the queue at that point if you will put more emphasis on the site exclusivity or site control. And so that's been the members really would very strongly support something more in that area.
I think we have one more online before we go to the room.
To Susan's comment, this is Aisha Bari from Recurrent. This will also help in naturally reducing the queue at the point where you put the deadline of submitting site exclusivity. We might not need to do too much filtration because there's only so much land available. There's so much of it's a nightmare to buy land or convince landowners in California. So it'll naturally, like people who are able to afford that land will come out with the winning position in the queue, and the others will be forced to drop because they won't have the land. So definitely something.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how that discussion will go once we get there. Was there another caller that had their hand raised?
Yeah, we have 2 more. Let's start with Eddie.
Of course, Angie, Eddie Dadashti from Part Energy. You know, the fact that you're identifying available transmission capacity in areas or zone, that is to reduce project failures and create more viable projects. Then the question becomes, what else can you do to decrease the number of non-viable projects? And I think, you know, the example I brought over, you know, just a few minutes ago is what can the ISO do, you know, so that the interconnection customer can detect unviable projects before they submit an interconnection application. And in the case of that specific example I gave, that we submitted an application that was not under the ISO control, but it met the CalISO's voltage criteria. These are the kinds of things that I think can be included in item number 1. And maybe we could rephrase, you know, identify, you know, viable areas and zone and viable or relevant information. Maybe you could change, you know, the wording of that. So the key message here is that there are things that the ISO can do at its end to reduce the number of non-viable projects before an interconnection application is submitted.
Okay, next caller.
All right, Simrit, go ahead.
Hi, this is Simrat from SDG&E. Yeah, so in the discussion of, you know, making the interconnection process, you know, as a problem, you know, statement, you know, the viability of the interconnection process as a problem statement. One option, I know this might appear as a solution, but, you know, site exclusivity has been brought up a couple of times. But if we do, you know, limit the intake in a sense of like, you know, during scoping meetings or scoping phase, if we could provide, you know, the potential for projects that could move forward, a high level potential, and address that in the scoping phase, and then couple that with site exclusivity, then this could give better picture for projects to go and acquire, you know, the land and etc. So maybe in, you know, addressing the interconnection process, the current process should in some fashion be treated as a problem statement or a, you know, a topic to be discussed, and then brainstorm on the solution itself. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Dariush, I see your hand raised. I don't know if you had a follow-up question or if it was from your previous question.
I actually wanted to comment. Someone who's heavily involved in construction applications. Obviously, if CAISO provides a lot of transparency, and utilities as well, I guarantee you, people don't, the developers do not have death wish or they want to burn their money. They go into the queue a lot of time because they're hoping that they have a good project. So trying to limit entry into the queue is just based on some subjective thing that I think are unviable, is not going to get anywhere. We think if you provide good information, people will step back. A lot of projects going into the scoping meeting decide to withdraw after they figure out that they are in that the point of interconnection is not suitable, or they have there's 200 other projects at the same substation. Asking people to spend maybe hundreds or thousands or millions of dollars going to a location which is decent and on site exclusivity, and the substation has capacity, for example, and then discovering that because of whatever the reason, the site has a very high interconnection cost, or that would not get deliverability based on studies that ISO is going to perform, is basically saying only if you're very rich come forward. Only Ford and Chevy can apply. So my thinking is all these decisions could be made as part of scoping meeting, as part of between phase 1 and phase 2, when people have real information about the transmission. Asking them to spend millions to get in the queue, it's just tantamount to limiting competition and limiting open access. And using the word viable in such a nebulous fashion is very dangerous.
All right. We did have a couple notes come into the chat and then one other hand raised. So maybe real quick, I'll read those chat comments. The first one being from Aftab Alam with SB Energy, just noting that they agree with comments on having more data transparency at PEOIs can help mitigate the need to enter the queue just to understand these very aspects. This, along with other criteria such as site exclusivity, will help to manage intake. The other comment coming from Virginia Thompson at Next Era Energy Resources, saying they understand Dariush's comments, but the rest of us developers, and we feel that suggesting stronger or more stringent requirements to enter the queue with the goal of obtaining meaningful phase 1 results. To solve the issue, there has to be more at risk early on. And then I'll just open up the line to Ryan Millard real quick.
Going back to the previous comment, again, this is Ryan Millard from NextEra. I'm really struggling with that because you're using the queue to determine the viability of your project. How can you realistically expect everyone to do the same thing? That's not resolving the problem. The demand is crazy. We have to address the problem. And I understand, that you need to have adequate data and information in the process, but we also need to signal the right behavior and incentivize tough decisions to be made earlier in the process, not later. Waiting later is how we got partly into the mess that we're trying to resolve right now. So I think that's my major point. I appreciate a lot of the feedback that I'm getting, and I think we need to continue to talk through this, but I'll leave it at that.
Well, I don't know, do we have anybody else on the phone with a raised hand?
No, that's it for now.
Sushant?
Sushant with Clearway Energy. I think one of the defining pain points or problem areas here should be addressing the question of whether viability should be tested at the entry point in interconnection queue. And the reason is, as a ratepayer, I would almost prefer developers competing for a network node instead of land. If interconnection process is designed to force that competition on land, then all resources are going to be way more expensive than what they are today. So maybe one question we need to ask ourselves is it better to compete in interconnection process or on land? And that may nudge us to test for that viability later in the project, contrary to what some people may want here, that yes, we do want to test for viability early on so that the interconnection request volume goes down. But is that going to result in an optimal outcome for overall resource procurement? Maybe not. I would love to have that question posed to the group as part of it.
As I hear this discussion, I think this component definitely needs to be in there. I'm kind of weighing, like you said, maybe it should be a question. rather than an actual problem statement as a question, what do we do about it? But I think we need to have the discussion about related to what do we do? We have to come to a conclusion as a group. Is viability at the beginning of the process something that we want to consider raising the bar for or not? Something to that effect is where I'm kind of going with this. And I see that you want to talk, Ryan. I'm just kind of thinking maybe at this point, if everybody would be okay with that, let me take this back and put in what I think would be a problem statement for this, and making a commitment that I'll put something in and I'll work towards what I think is the best way to state this and present it to everybody in the morning. Is everybody okay with that? Okay.
Can I just ask one question, Bob? So earlier we were talking about the problem statement being sort of from the ISO perspective, and I think Jenny sort of expanded that from the developer's perspective. So I want to ask this group the question: is there something significantly missing from the problem statement from this group's perspective? Doesn't sound like it.
Well, keep that question in mind and let us.
Yeah. Okay.
Let us go through this, and if you think I think there's only a few left. If we haven't addressed it, bring it up. So the next one is, okay, I was going to jump to the next one. Resourcing, staffing, and technical approaches of the GitHub do not adequately address today's market realities. I don't know that I've got a firm grasp of what that means. Does anybody else have maybe a night peek, or anybody else have an idea of how they might kind of clarify this statement? Or does anybody have any thoughts on this statement? I mean, I understand the resourcing, staffing, and technical approaches of the GitApp do not adequately maybe handle the current reality. I'm not sure about the market realities. Maybe what it's referring to is the fact that the market realities are producing 550 projects. So you've heard my ideas about staffing. There are technical approaches that I think, from what I've read in various statements or comments, that certain people think there may be some technical solutions to how we do this. Solutions on how we actually process interconnections at the very beginning. Is there some way that we can automatically have some automation that helps us process 550 interconnection requests more quickly? And we'd have to figure out do what with them after we process them. But that's been a suggestion. I haven't heard any specific suggestions on automating the study process to where we don't need so much people and use technology to help us study. I'm a mechanical engineer, so I can't speak to the automating the power flow studies. But if people think that's something that is something we should address within the discussion. So what are people's thoughts on all this? Go ahead, Abhishek.
So Bob, since we are talking about the processes that get done as part of this whole GitApp process, I'd like to touch on interconnection request validation process in itself, which usually takes a really long time. And the idea is that you have to have the best and the most precise data available for a project, which we don't even know if it's ever going to get built. So maybe some techniques to lessen the burden, simplify the review process a little bit, so that interconnection request validation process itself does not take time, and that'll help us shifting some of that time to actual study process. Was one of the items that I always had in my mind.
So that sounds a bit like what was it Kathleen you were bringing up about having some sort of a pre-screening process where maybe not exactly the same, but change the order of how we do things to where we don't necessarily do a full-blown validation before we have scoping meetings to find out, hey, You know, I've got a project, I could give you all the data, but if it turns out that the place I'm thinking of interconnecting, there's just, you know, you might think, well, you know, if it's full, you can expand it, but then PG&E says, well, gosh, there's no land around here that you can actually get to expand this substation. So you're gonna have to build something further away, and you go, okay, that kills my project. You're thinking about having that kind of a process earlier on in the process, and then those projects that do say, yeah, based on that meeting, I'm ready to move forward, then you validate, something like that. We're getting into solutions, I know, but, you know, maybe we need to talk about the need for kind of reshuffling the intake process.
Yeah, I was more focused on the validation process in itself, but again, I mean, as part of this, defining this problem statement, maybe we can just relook at various study components and see if there is an efficiencies that we can build on.
At least one head shaking. Any other thoughts or ideas related to this? Jasmine?
Hi, this is Ashwini with PG&E. My thoughts on the validation is, I think it's critical. Your results are as good as the data that you input into the study. And a lot of the validation, as part of the team that, you know, that does a lot of this, it is to vet the data that we get from the customers to, you know, then make sure we are doing our, you know, studies to meet FERC, NERC, WEC criteria for system performance. You know, I know the short circuit duty one is pretty important to make sure that your project is not causing a fault duty issue when you model it correctly. So I know that it is a pretty iterative process that could take time. Maybe we can do more as part of the pre-application workshop we're talking about. Maybe more sessions to actually coach developers on how to create good IRs as a starting point. And so then when they're already ready to submit those IRs, they are, you know, the data is good to go. Then providing that coaching as part of the deficiency process through multiple rounds, and that's what I've observed typically, where you're kind of coaching through those iterative process. Maybe we do that ahead. So those IRs, when they even come through the door, they're pretty much ready to be validated.
I think what you're suggesting would fit well within the data transparency discussion, that in being transparent with the data, not only that, but also provide more assistance to interconnection customers with how to utilize that data, how to prepare an IR, do various things like that. So you're kind of getting into the solution side of things, but it sounds like a good approach.
You have a line, or go ahead.
Let me get to Jasmine first, and we'll go online.
Okay, this is Jasmine Pierce from AES Clean Energy. I want to really emphasize technical approaches. It's a pain point for many of the developers, because we're seeing that the process of where we go into submitting an application and then getting into, your megawatt output is 0.3 megawatt more, and then going to fix and takes another week, and reviewing all that, and very manual process. If we can come up, and I'm going to separate two things. One is the submission, how it's very manually intensive and very technical, that I don't know if it's needed to be to the 0.002 at some point, right? That's one thing that goes. The other one is, as developers, we're very positive in getting a project going through, but is that being so positive that that we actually not seeing the reality on where the issues are out front. So having a better stream process that we know, yeah, we know you're very positive and very, as a developer, that you want to put this project here, but that project won't work here, okay? But maybe if you just move your project a little bit to another substation, that will work for us, something like that, right? And maybe I gave too much information.
So how would you put that into a problem statement?
I think it needs to be, we need to use, the problem is that we should not be stuck in the process as yesterday. We should be coming up with better technological advances that we have now.
So you want to keep it a little bit more generic as
Yeah.
a way to explore potential
Yeah.
technology solutions that would enhance the process?
Yes, we should look into better, future technological things that we have, technologies that we have now available to stream the process and not stay in the past in the same.
Okay. Yeah, I've got a note here that is more in the form of a question, but I'm starting to think it's maybe not inappropriate to have a few questions within the problem statement of things that we don't know for sure how we want to tackle this, there's a number of pain points related to it, but it's something that we should spend some time in the problem or in the solution stage to try to figure out if there's enhancements that we can do in those areas. So got that down. Any other thoughts on this? Is there something online?
Yeah, we have Simret online. Go ahead. Oh, looks like they removed their hand, so it doesn't look like there's anything online. Oh, Simret, go ahead. I see your hand up.
Having challenges with unmuting myself. But good discussions, as part of I think there was a question around, the IR validation process taking a long time, right? And mainly because, the accuracy is important. Some of, the level of accuracy we need as far as, things like IBR validation, et cetera, take quite a bit of time. SDG&E has some proposal on how we think would work best as far as reforming the study process. And part of that is we are, at the forefront during scoping. The focus should be just, providing POI availability, known issues, etc. And then moving that level of detail modeling and detail back and forth later in the study process, instead of upfront, to give developers or people that are trying to connect the best data they could get to make a decision whether or not they should move forward or not. So more IR validations that requires detailed modeling for study, maybe perhaps that could be moved down later in phase 2 or later phases instead of during scoping phases or during initial stage. So that could give time for developers to get accurate data they need. And this coupled with, obviously the training someone mentioned for developers so they could, give us the best data would help. So I know this is a solution, but I just want to bring this up as, as it relates to, the problem statement being maybe we need to refine the interconnection process itself. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything else online?
We also had a comment from Jason Buren with Grid Store. This is just on something not discussed yet, raising cost for customer needs to be matched by greater certainty or value for those customers in the subsequent process. The greater certainty or value on the back end will enable customers to take earlier actions to demonstrate viability. That's it online.
Okay, all right. Well, I think I've got, again, some notes on this one. I'll work on putting something together and present it to everybody in the morning. The next one, current interconnection process is primarily focused on ensuring grid reliability and does not ensure that connected projects meet a more comprehensive list of shared stakeholder objectives nor drive certainty for participants in a timely way. That's from AES. Any discussion around that item?
Yeah, this is Jasmine from AES Clean Energy. Just to elaborate a little bit on this statement, I think now with what we talked about today, our concern about, having a list of shared stakeholder objectives are met by the principles that we talked about today. So I think that is good for now. But I think the drive certainty for participants in a timely manner, I think in the document below, we have a bullet about study accuracy being lower due to the voluminous amount of interconnection requests. Maybe we can tag along that study results are not provided in a timely manner and with decreased accuracy due to the increased interconnection requests. Just so add a piece about like timeliness of study results because of increased interconnection requests.
Okay.
Yeah. But other than that, we're happy. Thanks.
Okay. So you're okay with moving on and keeping those thoughts and make sure they get input there? Okay, the next one is probably in line with the viability issue. The bar to enter the queue cluster process is simply set too low. And I think that's really the best way to deal with that is kind of the viability discussion we already had. So does anybody think this needs any further discussion? I don't know if upstream is on the phone, but I think we can handle this issue within that viability discussion. Anybody disagree with that? Okay, let's move on to the next one. Delayed achievable CODs, construction timelines, and high costs are impediments to achieving commercial viability on a timely basis. So I have a little note under SB Energy that I included this in the list, but it appears, from my perspective, this really isn't under ISO control. But I got some interest here, so I think, Jenny, you were first.
Sure. Jenny Mueller, Youth Consulting. So I was just going to push back on the notion that this isn't quite under ISO control. Reconductors, making expansions on existing substations, all of that stuff falls under the ROFR, right? The right of first refusal. But the ISO isn't it true in instances where the BTO is unable or unwilling that you have the authority to go out and do a competitive solicitation process? And the reason that I say that is because we have an obligation to meet the RPS goals, and we have a timeline to do that in. So we have a requirement to meet those goals. And if we're not advancing towards them, and there's an unwillingness or an inability to meet those timelines, because we need these upgrades to be in place in order to meet those goals, then does the ROFR apply? Like, is there some control that you have over that scenario?
To be honest, I'm not the expert on that to be able to answer that question, and I see that Neil's not here, so I don't know if we have anybody in the room that actually can speak to that more directly.
No, I can't speak to it more directly.
Fernando Cornejel with SCE. I'm not completely clear on the reference to right of first refusal, but FERC Order 1000 removed that, so I'm not sure in what cases you're referring to that.
Well, just mean that there's instances where we can go out and do competitive solicitation, and so if certain upgrades are you know, like for example, I think there's 10-year timelines on brand new 500 kV lines that go 165 miles through the desert. There's 10-year timelines on reconductoring projects that are 20 miles long. So like in instances where we need these upgrades to be in service in order to meet our RPS goals, there might be an opportunity to do a competitive solicitation for some of those things. And like, you know, the utilities are burdened, they're hardening their systems and things like that. So they've shifted, admittedly, through open stakeholder processes, that they've shifted their focus to some of those things, which, you know, I'm not in disagreement with that, but I'm just saying if they're taxed focusing on those things, perhaps there's some, you know, opportunities to go out and look elsewhere.
So from what I'm hearing is, you know, we all know that timelines for getting transmission in place in many cases is becoming longer and longer, and that's not conducive of getting a lot of capacity online quickly to meet needs. So seems like this one may be something that at least needs to be explored as to, you know, maybe more self-build options, you know, some things in that realm, you know, just to throw out ideas, not trying to get into any solutions or anything, but it seems like this has some opportunity anyway. So Kathleen?
Yeah, great, thanks. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Helpful conversation. And kind of on, so one of the, and I'm trying not to get distracted by the desire to talk about solutions, but when we get there, it will connect, you know, some of the proposals, I think, is a good, you know, guiding principle that I promise we will cater them to what we think the CAISO has control over. And that's a good guiding principle. But another thing that actually this struck me on funding the right, you know, figuring out how to do the right, ensuring that we are identifying the network upgrades that are needed and funded fairly and equitably. Yep, I think that's a problem statement. I'm sure we've captured it already. It's in the principles. But there's another thing in here that I think is interesting that's under, a couple things that are under the CAISO, potentially under the CAISO's control. One of them is, as commercial operating dates are impacted by any of these things, what is the best practice? This is kind of more on the content that Jason, I think, will get to, but what is the, I actually don't think the tariff is incredibly clear. I don't think the manual is incredibly clear on what the practice, rule and procedure is for when these things impact a project, what the best practice is for when it needs to be updated in the study process, so that the study process uses the most accurate in-service dates as you're going through. And I think that is, I hope, a problem statement that's more, I think, aligned with managing the overheated queue, but it's, some of the things that you're reading actually do seem more relevant. Like, this is more relevant to me of that problem. You've had all these delays, that's causing you challenges. This was more on the queue management. This strikes me as queue management more so than the high intake. Just a couple notes, but I do think the CAISO has control over when factors for the CODs change. What is your expectation for projects to update it in their IA or in their interconnection request?
So unless anybody has any objections, I think I will work on developing something related to this one as well. All right, that's the end of my list. Does anybody have anything else they'd like to add in the last 10 minutes or so?
Bob, can we just maybe put the problem statement in full screen so everybody can see it? Because I think earlier when I asked the question, everybody couldn't see it about
the current problem statement?
Well,
because we haven't.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so this is your notes, Jason?
Yeah. So I just want to just reiterate, right, that if there's anything missing here from your perspective, Bob's going to go and sort of reshape this and refine it, but I want to make sure we're not missing anything significant from your perspective. And certainly it's something you can think about overnight, and we can discuss in the morning as well when we review it.
But we don't want you thinking about this overnight. Have a good night.
Print it and put it under your pillow.
But if you have any dreams, you know, make sure you write those down.
Good. doesn't look like it.
Well, I think we're done with my section.
Thanks, Bob.
Turn it back to you or to Joanne?
Danielle, shall we just wrap it up? Sure. Okay. So, super valuable discussion today, really good. I hope all of you also found it very valuable. I think the plan for tomorrow is Danielle's going to do some refinement to the principles, and we'll do a review of those in the morning. And then Bob's going to do a refinement on the problem statement number 1, and we'll kind of do a review of those. And then we have some stats that we will share with you regarding interconnection numbers. And then we're going to go into problem statement number 2, which I think is what Jason will cover. Danielle or Bob, Jason, anything else to add to that?
No. The test on making sure that you all have time to give us feedback on what we're proposing to be the draft final principles and problem statements. Does it work if we get you, something a little more refined, hopefully that reflects what we talked about today, and then give you a few days to send back any kind of like hair on fire issues or single text edits, whichever. Hopefully not introducing any new issues that, haven't been discussed already, but just kind of fixing things. Does that sound reasonable? I know we're all kind of operating under tight timeframes, but we want to have something kind of clear so that we can use those principles and problem statements to inform some of the solutions that we'll talk about at the next couple working groups.
I think we're getting head nods, so that's good. All right, well, thank you for being such a gracious audience. Really good feedback and conversation. So we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and we'll see you then. Thank you.
All right, everybody on WebEx, thanks for joining us today. Please join us again at 9 a.m. tomorrow.